Go for it, boys. No big deal. White dude.
Hello and good morning and welcome back to the final day here at Loughborough of the 2021 school games. You join us on pitch 2 at the hockey facilities here in Leicestershire on the Leicester Loughborough campus. 6 games of hockey today. Opening up on pitch number 2 is England White versus England Blue. It's a 3rd, 4th place playoff in the hockey tournament. Both these teams have played 2, 1-1, lost 1, and finishing 2nd in their respective groups. Match going over on pitch number 1 is our 5th and 6th place playoff. So there's 3 sets of games today, 9 AM, 11 AM and 1 PM. Both of our finals in the boys and the girls taking place on pitch number 1. That is the show pitch, that's the blue pitch, watered. And if you've got 2 screens, you might be able to watch both at the same time, both kicking off as close to 9 AM as we possibly can. So it's been a great competition so far. Not a single dull game. Varying scorelines, varying strategies and tactics, but pure entertainment throughout. Now I'm just waiting to get my hands on a team sheet. As soon as I do, I'll read you through those list of names. And England, White, get us underway. Now for any of you that are just joining us for the first time this week, just explain how we got to this situation, how we got to these 3rd, 4th place playoffs and finals. There are 6 teams in each gender. Scotland, Ulster and Wales. And England have 3 teams, the red, the white and the blue. And the reason for the 3 England teams, just a larger number of players to choose from. So they were split over 3 teams. Nothing to separate them in terms of quality, chosen mostly at random. So you will find players here on pitch number 2 this morning who might be teammates in their respective schools, regions, counties, etc. Playing against each other here, but both representing England. And here's the first rush into the circle from blue. And the first penalty corner of the game. No more than 80 seconds into this match. So first chance, first big chance is for England Blue. So how did we get here? England White won their opening game 1-0 versus Wales, but then had a hockey lesson yesterday, losing 6-0 versus Ulster. Ulster will be in the boys' final later on this afternoon. And England Blues journey here. Let's get this penalty corner out of the way first. In it comes. And saved well by the white goalkeeper. So the first penalty corner, first chance coming to nothing. So England Blue, they got here, they won 4-2 versus England Red. But lost 3-1 versus Scotland. So effectively, bronze medal match. I'm sure many of you have been enjoying plenty of the 10 sports available on offer across the week. Many of them concluding today on the final day of the championship. Just walking around campus this morning, felt an atmosphere of anticipation. Great experience for every athlete taking part in the games. With the venue as it is at Loughborough, all the accommodation, all the facilities, it is a mini Olympic village here for the competitors. A lot of them this morning walking through campus, holding all their equipment, even duvets and pillows, the favourite pillow they'll be using this week, taking them back to their respective team buses. They'll be travelling home at the end of today, and a chance here. They'll be defended nicely by England Blue, and they can put a little charge up the field. Not too many blue shirts in the white half. That's a nice little flick down to the corner flag. Good work by the number 10. And a second penalty corner. It was just a hit against the ankle. So all the pressure coming from England Blue. Now, these sort of third, fourth place playoffs, and especially the 5th and 6th we've got today, a couple of those too. You might question how do you get these players excited for that when they're not playing to win the championship? Well, it's being displayed here by England Blue early on. Clearly keen to be on the front foot and get an advantage in the first quarter. We see the same again. Strike first off, saved nicely. Second attempt saved as well. Great work by the white number 1. A double save. And England just going to soak this up. I think I might just refer to them as white and blue from here on in. They're both England. Great aerial pass into the circle. Oh, goes across goal. Can't get on the end of it.
Bravo.
But the majority of the opening 5 minutes played inside the white half.
Matt, open your body shape up.
And just about a yard to my left hand side, I'm just to the right hand side of the England white dugout, and perched on the fence in front of me, just to my left between me and the dugout, is a fairly big microphone, so you will pick up every so often some instructions from the England white coaches. You hear any shouting of instructions. Oh, it's a beautiful goal from Blue. Return sweep from the near the edge of the circle. And it is Blue 1, White 0. Just over 5 minutes into this first quarter. Cracking strike. And 2 penalty corners coming to nothing, but a bit of individual brilliance on that turn and hit. Not shy of scoring goals, England Blue. They scored 5 in their opening 2 games. 4 against England Red in their opening match.
Josh, go for,
And yeah, just back to this microphone to my left-hand side. So if you hear any instructions being shouted by people that sound official, they are the England white coaches. So you might get a bit of an insight into what's being discussed and said at opportune times. It's been fairly fascinating to listen to what's going on so close to the touchline throughout the week. Anything that I think is of interest that I feel like I'm allowed to pass on without giving anything away, I'll happily do so. In fact, that goal that was scored by Blue, the England white coach is just amongst themselves discussing whether that was possibly a back of a stick. We still remain in the England white half. The white coaches before the game just in their team huddle saying we need to control this one, control the game, and it'll be our game. It's being controlled by Blue in the opening half of this first quarter. And that is a loose pass back, but cannot get picked up. Just to avoid those little mistakes and build a passage of play and just hold on to the ball, string a few passes together. It's not being too rocked by that opening goal. Rolling substitutions, of course, in the hockey. Keeps the game flowing, keeps it adaptable.
Patience, don't get bored.
You can make some very, very rapid strategy changes. And again, just an error from the England back. Blue coming through, shot, and wide. That's dangerous again. And White putting themselves under that pressure, unnecessary. You can't afford to do that too many times. For the fourth consecutive day, overcast skies here in Leicestershire. Don't think we saw the sun yesterday. No suntan required. But great atmosphere. A nice cool temperature. Looking about 17, 18 degrees. So Blue, deep in white territory. There's another chance. Just runs that ball just over the touchline. And the mass retreat of Blue shirts and on rush of White. And another pass goes begging. And they just keep giving Blue these half chances. They've already taken one. That is nice defensive work for the 12 and a beautiful little pass there as well. There we go again. Coaches will start to get frustrated. They can just get that one back for a few yards. Is this a first real chance for White? Now today is the day to give our big thanks to all those involved, as we have done throughout the tournament. And getting it going, getting it up and running does not organise itself, I'm sure you can appreciate that. Lots of organisations, whether it's funding, the organisation to set it up at local, regional and national level. So many people and staff to be thankful for, volunteers also. So throughout the day we are going to be giving as much thanks as we possibly can and making sure that those that are involved are most definitely appreciated. And you might be able to see in the background, on occasion, many of the athletes from different sports taking their equipment with them to their final bits of action themselves. It's been really nice to see fellow athletes from different sports coming to support their teammates and national colleagues whenever they can. No spectators officially due to just the ongoing COVID precautions. Third penalty corner for Blue. Oh, it's a loose one, just dropped off the edge of the circle. Regained it nicely. Can they get a shot at goal? Reverse. And it will be a white ball. So yeah, no spectators this week. But that doesn't mean we haven't had people coming to watch that have got accreditation to be at the venue. It is taken extremely seriously. They've lost it again. White. So just to get onto the site, it's the old temperature check, proof of lateral flow test. You get your accreditation. Every single venue, whether it's the hockey, the cycling, the swimming, etc., etc. You need to show your accreditation before you can get in. So the organisers doing everything they can to keep everybody safe. And a real focus this week as well on mental health and well-being. Getting these players ready for what could potentially be a lifetime in professional sport. So giving them those opportunities to live like athletes, professional athletes. As England white have the ball on the edge of the circle. Big strike into the centre and pushed away. Umpire signals to his arm. There's a free hit, huge aerial pass up the field, going to be kept in play. Oh, I don't know about that. No, it has been given as out. The official's whistle might have just malfunctioned there. Put it to his mouth, but no noise came out. But England ball, the white ball. If you are just joining us, you're not mistaken. We do have two England teams here, England white and England blue.
Yeah, boys!
So, long corner for England blue. Just a minute and a half left in this opening quarter.
Not from there! Not from there! Not from there!
And it is all action inside the white 23. And finally there's a breather for white.
Peachy!
And again another pass. England just almost seem to be under a bit too much pressure in their own half. But now they can move forward. Here's a chance, great chance for white. And they just can't get the stick on the end of it. And that will be a penalty stroke with 51 seconds on the clock. Cynical challenge. England white were 2-on-1 with the goalkeeper. And desperate tackle 3 or 4 yards out from the goal. Here we go, and it is saved and pushed away by the blue number 1. Great chance before the end of the quarter to get back level, not taken. Was taken very quickly. Go down to the keeper's left. So Blue get things back underway from their own circle. Less than 1 minute then. Hockey entertaining from start to finish. We began on Thursday with a couple of games. On pitch number 2, 4 in total across the 2 pitches. Likewise Friday, Saturday, but a bumper crop of 6 games today on Sunday to close out the tournament. We will find out who our girls and boys champions are. Some of these players will, those in the final, definitely want on their CV. Great reverse shot and saved again. So the keepers really being made to show their worth in this opening quarter. There's the hooter. We'll have a 2-minute break, as we will do between quarters 3 and 4 later. 10-minute break at half time. Now I do like this. The England white coaches, every other team we've seen on pitch number 2 has got a little tactics clipboard that they kneel down and represent and show to the players what they're going to be working on or looking to do in the following quarter. Well, England white, they've not got a clipboard, they've got a table, almost like a little billiards table that is brought out with a picture of the entire pitch on it and magnets of different colours to represent where players need to be, and they need to move around the pitch, strategies and ideas. The coaches represent by moving the magnets around with their hands, and the players need to think, right, I'm that yellow magnet, he's that blue magnet, and then represent it, hopefully in quarter number 2. So 10 sports in total across this 4 days of competition, as well as the hockey. Got the athletics, BMX, cricket, cycling, laser run, netball, triathlon, wheelchair basketball and wheelchair tennis. I watched a bit of the triathlon myself last night. Fantastic spectacle. Another one that takes my eye is the laser run, which has taken part already. There's a combination of running and shooting. A bit like the old modern pentathlon. So here we go. The table comes back in. The players go back out to take their positions. And the England white goalkeeper is the number 2 in goal for England white. However, there was only a combination of 2 number 1 shirts, so his number 2 on the back of his shirt has been put on with gaffer tape. And you can just about make out it's a 2. Whoever put that tape on, B- for effort, and D for execution. I think that was a rapid bit of Blue Peter. Anyway, here we go, England Blue. Starting the second quarter as they did the first shot in. They could get a chance here. And Charles can't get a shot away, and it's flicked away by White, only as far as the circle. And again they come in, and that is flicked in. 2-0 Blue. And that was not in the white tactics board.
Stay patient. A little bit more conservative.
And a couple of chances at that one for England Blue. The first was just from a couple of yards out. Just couldn't get a stick on it to get in the back of the net. But the second opportunity came out to the edge of the circle. Took a big swipe in from just inside and deflected in from 3 or 4 yards out. Now they have a bit of control in this game, England Blue. And they're not hanging around either. They're definitely not going to sit on this lead. Could be almost a third that comes through. And that is just going to be kept in play. Maintaining the pressure. Again sent into the circle. Could be a third here. And that is a penalty corner. And England White really under the strain in the opening couple of minutes of quarter two. And once again the protective gear comes on. Blistering start. Now the next time there's a little bit of a break, I've not been brought a team sheet yet, so I'm just going to try and run and get one. About a 20-yard dash. But let's see this first. Another penalty corner for Blue. And that is 3-0. Less than 2 minutes into this second quarter, and it is 2 goals for Blue. That is a 3-0 lead. And question marks for White. What can they do? Alright, just taking the initial heads off a little bit too soon for the officials' liking. 2 officials on the pitch, of course, in hockey. Or if you're new to it, I'll go through a few of the rules as and when we can. Can communicate via earpieces, those 2 officials, if they've got to confer on decision making. We have seen that throughout this tournament. Some big decisions being discussed before going one way or the other. This, of course, reduce the chance of any decisions going the wrong way. They cover as much of the pitch as possible. They'll generally stick to a half each, but can navigate themselves into any position to ensure the official, or officialing, is that a word? Officialing? Refereeing is right on point. And we remain in the white half. Again, they won 4-2 versus England Red in the opening game. This is England Blue. And a 3-1 loss to Scotland, looking to get back to winning ways. Well, thankfully for England White, runs out of play, but it's be a very, very short respite. One corner taken forward. England Blue setting up camp in the England White half. There's a rare breakthrough. 2 players go down. When the official, when you see him put his arms out wide like that, there's a 16-yard hit. For the defending team. A few more rolling substitutions going to be taking place this time for Blue. And there's 3 waiting for England White. So most definitely a change in personnel and tactics coming up for England. It is required. But, some new ideas. So 20 minutes played in this game. And that is really good stuff from England White, just being kept in on this near touchline. Gained about 60 yards from one clean pass. That's how quickly things can turn around in hockey. One of the great things about the game is its speed, and relentless speed as well. And the rolling subs means if you wanted to, you could almost constantly have 11 players who have had a little bit of a breather just to keep the rotation. Unlike in a best example football, maybe with 3 substitutions, you know, you could have 8 very tired players after an hour. Not so in hockey. Just absolutely constant efforts, whipping the ball around the pitch. And England White starting to use some space in the width of the pitch to spread the ball around. Just a bit of a knock in the ankle, and I think for the number 3. Just a bit of a limp on a few of those steps after he lost possession. So the Paralympics after the Olympics coming to a close today. Many of those people taking part in Tokyo, household names, have taken part in the school games over the last 14 years. Began 15 years ago in 2006. Just didn't take part last year, of course. But the school games is on the CV of multiple household names, gold medal winners. It really is a part of the fabric of their sport. And in they come again, Scott. Oh, England Blue just couldn't hold the ball onto the ground. That could have been 4. That is opportunity missed for Blue. So those Olympic athletes, the likes of Max Whitlock, Adam Peaty, Ellie Simmons, Katrina Johnson-Thompson. This is part of their CV, taking part in these games, part of their sporting journey. Some of those might be coming to an end, such as Ellie Simmons announcing her retirement a couple of days ago from international swimming. The people you're watching today and across the week at the start of their journey and looking to mirror, of course, many of their heroes. And even if you go back 20 years or so, there was nothing like this. This didn't exist. You didn't get this opportunity to play in a multi-sport national event at a fantastic venue. Almost like we've said it already, like a mini Olympics itself. So the experience it gives them, hard to put a price on that. As we spend time around campus, I can absolutely assure you everyone's enjoying themselves. And even the coaches as well. This is not just about the players, the coaches, plenty of them here enjoying their experience, and it's important to them to win as well. It's very easy to concentrate on the players. So many people behind the scenes. Another chance, good save from White. And almost came up again. And that is a signal for a penalty this time for England Blue. So here on pitch number 2, over the opening 6 games, I've not actually seen a penalty, or a penalty stroke, and 2 in the first 2 quarters of this game. And there will be a card, possibly, or just a chat with the number 3. It is just a conversation, no sin bin. It's the number 17 for Blue that'll take it. So White couldn't convert theirs. Can Blue convert this to make it 4. They do so. Sends the goalkeeper the wrong way. That's a 4-0 lead for England Blue. 25 or so minutes into this game. Now, at what point does a lead become unreachable in hockey? Oh my goodness, strike early on there, just inside the circle, over the top right hand side of the goal. Only missed by a yard or so, above and right. It's just non-stop from England Blue. England White just can't seem to get 2 minutes to themselves. The goal now, and before half-time, would go a long way to restoring some confidence. Must be pretty battered inside this first 30. And with all the optimism in the world, you'd like to think, you know what, it's hockey, anything can happen, but you just can't see England White creating enough chances to pull a couple back, let alone 4. And the aerial pass intercepted by White inside the blue half. Lovely bit of dribbling, but just a head a bit too quick for his own feet. So you are enjoying watching it this week. Whatever sport you've been keeping your eyes on most, I hope it's the hockey on pitch too. But if you are getting involved on social media, make sure if you're on Facebook, have a look at School Games, on Twitter @_School Games, and on Instagram is again @School Games. So tag any of those of you using your social media. Use the hashtag 2021SG. Join the conversation. Any videos or streams that you're watching, not just this one, make sure you hit the like button. It helps the exposure for all the athletes and the sport and the games. And here come Blue again. Can they get 5 before half time? Saved. Bit of a tame effort from 6 or 7 yards. Will they get a second opportunity? No pressure. Wins the penalty corner. And England White goalkeeper looks a bit exasperated. Takes his helmet off, looks towards the referee, as if to say, oh my goodness, come on. And a shake of the head. Not a happy bunny, the number 2, the goalkeeper. 3 minutes left on the clock before half time. And a website you want to keep your eye on as well, schoolgamesfinals.org. That's where you can keep up to date with all the results and the action, the fixtures. Blue, short corner. Saved by White, kicked away with some aggression. Get that ball away from my goal. So I've been using that website a fair bit the last few days just to keep up to date on the scores from different pitches. Again, it's schoolgamesfinals.org. And after each game, maybe not immediately, but at some point after each game, there will be a match report, and you can get all the information, the goal scorers, the timings, team sheets, all available to you in a PDF download. So I'd say, especially in the finals, if you've got teammates, family and friends taking part, nice little souvenir to have if it's successful or otherwise. All free to download on schoolgamesfinals.org. So can the pitch number 1, which is classed as the show pitch, It's just to our far left-hand side, and I've just heard the hooter go for half-time over there. Now, what you can do, you don't have to watch things live, although we like you being with us. Everything is available to watch again afterwards. So if you've missed any bit of action, you can just hop onto the Youth Sport Trust YouTube channel where you are right now and flick through the streams, do some rewinding, and watch it as many times as you like at your leisure. And as we approach the final minute before half-time, Blue out wide, plenty of space being given. That's a free hit just outside the circle for Blue. And even though they're 4-0 up, they still seem the most keen to get to any ball. And the referee, when you see that signal with the hand crossed above his head, or his forearms crossed above his head, that is to stop the clock. So time restarts. It will stop for 40 seconds whenever there's a penalty corner, and after that it's at the discretion of the officials, whether that's for injury or any other kind of break in play. So 15 seconds, the clock will run down. White will be in no rush to take this, I imagine. Might get one more attack on goal. Yeah, they'll just play it amongst themselves. 7 seconds. And the one thing they don't want to do is just give away possession right in the last dying seconds of the first half. And there's your hooter. So work to do for England White. England Blue in complete control here on pitch number 2 in the 3rd and 4th place playoff at Loughborough. We'll be back in around about just under 10 minutes time. Half-time score, England Blue 4, England White 0.
Right, blue push back. Blue push back.
So not quite the full 10 minutes at the interval, but welcome back if you did go anywhere. If you did, reminding the score, England Blue 4, England White 0. And it must be said, not an unworthy scoreline. Truly the dominant team in the opening 30 minutes. Three games on each pitch today, all happening consecutively. 6 games in total, currently over on pitch number 1. You may sneak over there to have a look during the break. It's the 5th and 6th place playoff in the boys. This is the 3rd and 4th, or call it a bronze medal match if you like. Coming up at 11 o'clock on pitch number 1 is the boys' final. The two teams that topped their group play off to be crowned hockey champions at these 2021 school games. Whilst the boys' final is being played over on pitch number 1 at 11 o'clock, we'll have the girls' 5th and 6th place playoff. And then to close out the hockey element of the games here on Sunday at 1 p.m. is the final of the girls over on pitch number 1. And here on pitch number 2, it'll be the girls' 3rd and 4th place playoff. So by around about 2:15, every team will know their finishing position, and we'll have concluded our 2 finals also. And the sun just breaking through the clouds here at Loughborough. Lovely idea. A long ball forward into the circle. Not be able to be collected by the number 10. We've got a change of goalkeepers for England White. The number 1 coming on.
The PG, stand more infield, more infield. Then you must be able to get it from Rob.
And the play out from White, not going past the blue forwards. Another chance here. Can they get a shot on goal? Seen some cracking goals already. That is a stop in play. Referee's going to have a chat with the White captain.
What's that for, sorry? Chat back. From the moon. Oh, it's his chat. Yeah, it's the captain's card. Is there a warning for that the first time?
So I've been promised a team sheet now. It's not entirely sure what the little conversation with the White captain and the official was about. But clearly felt only 3 minutes into this second half that it was worthy of a short conversation.
Ollie! Ollie!
And as you were, Blue on the front foot constantly. There'll be a penalty corner for Blue. 3.5 minutes into this second half. Now we were discussing, or I was talking to you, talk back if you like, about the safety in place for this competition. In fact, the organisers have appointed a chief medical officer for the first time ever, and on their CV, in fact, they were the same chief medical officer who delivered the Wimbledon 2021 COVID plan, so they do use the best. Here it comes. Intercepted at close range, but back of the net, the second opportunity, and that is 5. And the sun shines here on pitch number 2, and it's turning into a beautiful day, not for England white, but most certainly for England in blue. And now I have my team sheet. Fantastic. I can let you know who people are now, not just numbers. So when I get the opportunity, I will run through both team sheets with you. I'll be able to let you know the names of goal scorers now too. And another chance for blue, strike away, and that is sick. This is getting a bit ridiculous. Incredibly impressive from England blue. And I'm just going to have a look over at the scoreboard. Does it go into double figures, that scoreboard? I think it does, because it might be required. And this, oh, I've got a really up-to-date team sheet here. It's even got me the goal scorers in the first half. That is absolutely super. And oh my goodness, it's Southern. That is, I mean, that is incredible. That was one of the goals of the match so far. And what do you do now if you're England white? As a coach or a player? I mean, blue are just throwing absolutely everything at white, and everything's going in the back of the net. That's 3 goals in 5 minutes at the start of this second half. And this could slowly turn into a double-figure score. Or maybe not so slowly, in fact. And you've got to take your hats off to England blue. They did lose to Scotland 3-1. So you can only imagine how good Scotland must be playing, or whether it was just an off day for England blue on that occasion. Oh, it's 8. And another great run in from the right-hand side. And England white have absolutely gone to pieces. Absolutely gone to pieces. What's another word for relentless? Leave it in the comment box. Just everything England blue do now results in a goal. England white unable seemingly to string 2 or 3 passes together. We saw Ulster beat England white 6-0 yesterday. We thought that was a huge scoreline. I'm sure neither team would have anticipated this. So the first, I don't want to take my eyes off the pitch, but I need to look down at my team sheet. So the first 4 goal scorers in the first half were Harry Jukes, got the first goal in the 6th minute. Robert Diamond got the second. And then 2 goals. No, hang on. Let's do that again. Let's do that again. Hang on. So for England Blue, first goal was from Jacob Pengali. Sorry, both on this team sheet they both say England. One of them's white, one of them's blue. So yeah, Pengali got the opening goal for England Blue. Ollie Mallet, the captain, got the second, and 2 goals for Ben Young. And I did not imagine that scoreline being doubled in the opening 6 minutes of the second half. They're just a stop of the clock, but we'll get things back underway with White. In a rare position in the blue half, and wry smiles now even on the face of the England White coaches as another pass goes begging. Makes his way out of play instead of to a teammate. And they've most certainly, even if not so at half-time, resigned themselves to a fairly significant defeat for England Blue. And it's really when they now just counting. How many is it going to be is the question. Can England White get a consolation goal? Pass forward there, again too strong.
Red line.
And there's very, very little to cheer about the England White team. They have, in fact, only scored 1 goal in this tournament, where they beat Wales, in the opening game of the group stages. And that is absolutely sent into orbit, that pass. That's collected beautifully out there, my goodness. Nice skill right there from the number 4. Oh, I can tell you now, can't I? Number 4, that is Daniel Hamilton. See, having a team sheet, very helpful. Adds a bit more colour and context to things. Now if you're at home watching, you want to hear your family and friends or loved ones' names read out when they score a goal or do something technically brilliant. Give them the credit they deserve. And England White. It's I'm trying to imagine or remember a time when they had more than 10 seconds in possession. It's been charged down. I mean, you've got to admire England Blue. There's absolutely no complacency whatsoever. Even at 4, 5, 6, 7-0 up, still chasing every single ball, getting involved in every single tackle. They will not stop until 60 minutes is up. And that's got to be pretty frightening for England White at the moment. Because the scoreline, if it's not already, could become a little embarrassing. These are all players of national ability. Maybe I made a mistake at the start when I said all of these 3 England teams, red, white and blue, all been picked to some extent at random. They're all great players, but clearly some gelling a lot better than others. And a signal there to stop the clock. We've got a player temporarily on the ground. Clock is back rolling. Music comes on. Quick, get it off. But do you know what? No matter what, regardless of the scoreline, everybody's enjoying themselves here. Just enjoying the occasion, the atmosphere. I mentioned in the first half, you know, lots of people get involved in getting this event going ahead, and I've been trying to find 30 seconds where I can sort of run through those names, but England Blue just keep on scoring. So I absolutely will, even though I have to do it at the break between quarters 3 and 4. You will hear the names of the organisations involved in making sure this is a success. And again, England Blue just turn things over a lot quicker. They just seem to be a couple of yards quicker to every single challenge and tackle, and quicker taking their free hits. Oh, that's a very rare mistake from England Blue in a one-on-one for England White. Can they get a consolation goal? And it's saved nicely by the Blue number 2. Still chances. Going to come round the side, takes a shot, misses to the right-hand side. Good opportunity for White, probably their best of the game. And that'll give them a little shot in the arm of confidence, maybe. So, those involved in getting this going ahead, then the National Lottery, lottery-funded event, Sport England, the Youth Sport Trust, the Youth Sport National Governing Bodies of each country, that's Sport England, Sport Wales, Sport Northern Ireland and Sport Scotland, the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, Change for Life, Department of Education, British Paralympic Association and the British Olympic Association. We doff our caps to you, we say thank you. It's an incredible show, and next year, when, let's hope, surely anticipate having spectators, I cannot encourage you enough to come along. It is your sport happening all around. Often on occasion, although we're on the hockey pitches, you can hear in the distance whistles and cheers and music from other sports going on. So you can literally, if you were able to be here, walk around and watch different sports at different times. A bit like, I keep saying, being like an Olympic village. And it was in London, in Stratford, you could walk from the swimming to the athletics and to the volleyball and the hockey, etc., etc. You could do that here. Plenty of embankments to watch from the sides. Now the venue does change each year. This is the second time Loughborough have held the event, also in 2016. But it's also been held in London, Glasgow, Manchester, Bristol, Bath, Newcastle. It does move around the UK, so there will be an opportunity, if not close by, to go and see it one day. And there is the hooter. And a relief for the England white team to have a 2-minute break. I mean, what do you say as a coach in this situation now? Let's get something on the scoreboard. Enjoy yourself. I'm going to try and listen in as best as I can. And I'll be back in about 90 seconds. Have a little break.
Ben, James, hurry up, get over here. Go on, boys, let's go. Right, okay, so only thing tactically, they're playing with a back 3, okay, which means we're pressing 2 forwards against their 3. As soon as it goes to one of the guys on the outside, we press and go from there. Okay, so for example, we're the 2, okay, James is kind of middle, Dan's going to be that guy, and I'm there. As soon as the ball gets passed this way, I press the ball, and then Nick can also step and keep it to that side. Okay, so we press and go for it. In terms of in behind, just got to stay disciplined, stay with your players, do your job, and just stay in the contest. Don't try and win the ball be too aggressive, be conservative, okay, stay in the contest. Obviously we want to try and get ourselves a goal now, okay, just want to take a bit of quality on the ball, trusting each other, okay, and going from there. Alright, so line up Rob and Peachy at centre backs, CJ and Josh as the outside backs, And then the midfield four are Ben, Dan, Jack and Owen, all marking Harry and Ollie up front, okay, as the two forwards. Right, last quarter, let's get ourselves a goal.
No, yeah, no, so they're like the times where I see
Go lads, go, who's ball is it?
So here we go, back underway. Final 15 minutes. And as anticipated, just overhearing the England White coach team talk, it was really just let's get a goal. Which, do you know what? It would be lovely to see that actually. Have them go away with a goal, England White. Because it's not been the most fun 45 minutes, I'm sure. And England White did show at the end of that third quarter they do have the ability and skill to get a goal. They're very close indeed with a one-on-one with the goalkeeper. And a follow-up opportunity as well. And England Blue already ripping the ball through the white circle. Now I did get a chance to listen to the England Blue coach. And penalty corner, didn't get a chance to listen to the England Blue coach because where our commentary position is just to the right hand side of the dugout, and the one closest to me is the England White dugout. So I had a little listen in, but not too much given away. It's 15 minutes left of this tournament for both these teams. And that sun is quite warm now. That's lovely, that. See the shadows on the pitch? I think only the second time I've seen a shadow this week. Here we go then. Blue short corner. And, first attempt saved by a defender. Second chance saved by the goalkeeper. That'll be white ball. Safety equipment disposed of quickly behind the goal, and England there can take the ball into enemy territory. And a question mark over the foul there from the white coaches.
Left side, Ben, left side, you'll play there. Over there.
So Daniel Meyer, the young lad, his foul being questioned. He was as surprised as any that it went against him. Thought he might have won himself a foul. So this weather bodes well for the rest of the day. Lots of big games coming up. Both of our finals coming up at 11 AM and 1 PM. They're both on the number 1 court. That's a different stream to the one you're watching right now. But again, anything you miss you can catch back up. I would definitely say have a little look at the triathlon from last night if you can. I've heard really good things about the BMX that concludes today as well. If you've not watched Laser Run before, find that on the channel. And last night when we were here, or yesterday afternoon, on pitch number 2 to our right hand side up on the bank, you can see all the cyclists going past. That's one of my favourites to watch. England Blue again, just trying to get it to the edge of the circle, just by a few inches even. And it flick over the top of the goalkeeper and over the back of the goal. So Blue pulling all the tricks out the bag now. But unfortunately my favourite sport to watch, golf, not involved at the school games, maybe I'll start a petition. And right, I'm going to have a quick run through of these team sheets just for you so you can hear your teammates, loved ones, family, friends' names. As Mia collects the ball, nice reverse pass into the blue circle. Here's a chance for England White, just goes begging. And it's collected by Jack Webb, the number 5 for England White. Into the circle again, away from the goalkeeper. And
Well done,
not had too much defensive work to do, England Blue, but they've handled it well. Can be fairly easy as a defensive player if you've not had a lot to do for 25-30 minutes. You maybe sit back, not relax or get complacent, but you're not kept on your toes. So the England Blue line-up. Goalkeepers Niran Tajura, Matthew Schofield, you've got Daniel Hamilton, Henry Jones, Robert Ellsworth, Fabio Stubbs, Jacob Pengali, Giles Woodland, Oakley Sparshot Thompson, Sambo Dano, William Hutton, Captain Ollie Mallet, Ben Hunt, Ben Young, George Johnston and Oliver Rundle. And then if there's a little break in play, I'll bring you the England White lineup as well.
I tell you what, though,
Andrew Gibson, the England Blue coach.
That was your feedback, wasn't it?
Matt Dixon, the team manager.
That ball couldn't go. I thought about it in the moment. I remember. Yeah, mate, no, it's really good, mate. Good fight. Well done.
And long corner for England Blue. Eight minutes left in this game. 8-0 the lead. Could it be 9? It is not given. The ball does find its way into the back of the goal for a 9th time, but signalling a hit from the edge of the circle for White. So England White have made a much better start to this 4th quarter than they did the 3rd. They'd already conceded 3 goals at this stage in quarter 3. So whatever was changed at this last break has certainly worked. A lot less opportunities, although the possession and area of play has not differed, the clear-cut chances certainly reduced. There's another chance for England Blue. So a quick run through the England White lineup. Goalkeepers Sol Kapusi and Tom Morgan. And you've got Cole Pidcock, James Watson, Jack Webb, Sam Ellishaw, Oliver Burton, Harry Jukes, Josh King, Christopher Jackson, Ben Sharp, Matthew Prade, Daniel Mear, Robert Dimmond, Carrick Matthews, Matthew Peach and the captain Owen Raw. And that one, I think that was going wide anyway, but no chances taken by the England White captain Owen Raw. Just under 7.5 minutes to play in this 3rd, 4th place playoff. And England Blue will finish the tournament in 3rd place, to coming 2nd in their group And they'll finish with 2 wins and 1 loss. One loss, that 3-1 reverse v Scotland. Beat England Red 4-2 in the opening game. And by a margin yet to be decided over England White. And if you have just joined us recently, the one bit of information I do want to give you is to keep your eye on the website, the schoolgamesfinals.org. Schoolgamesfinals.org. That is where you can keep up to speed with not just the fixtures, but also the results. There are match reports after games where you can download the team sheets, where it's got the list of the scorers on, the minutes of the goals, green, yellow and red cards, etc, etc. Yeah, I think it's a really nice little keepsake. Maybe not for the England White team on this occasion, but for most of the games it's a really little nice thing to keep afterwards, especially if you've got a family or friend that's been a goal scorer. Look back on it one day after they've won a few gold medals and say, look, 2021 school games, that's where it all started. (1,300 athletes taking part here in Loughborough. We've also got a couple of things going on in Manchester and Derby. The BMX itself is actually in Derby. That brings the total number of athletes being involved in the school game since its inception in 2006 to just shy of 22,000 have benefited from the games. 18,700 registered schools across the UK take part in the early stages of the games as well. If your school is registered, congratulations, that's fantastic. If not, you can get in touch with your local school games organiser. 450 of those across the UK who support schools in their local areas.
Right, you ready, Carrick? Carrick, don't watch the ball.
And as well as the website, you've got social channels for the school games across Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, and of course on the YouTube. Give everything you see a like, a mention, a comment, a retweet, a repost, whatever it might be. It grows year on year. The school games. This is arguably the biggest and best yet. The first time it's ever been all streamed live on YouTube. Every single sport, every single day. Baltic in the back of the goal just a moment ago, but not given for a foul inside circle. And we are down to our final 3.5 minutes. And the 440-acre campus here at Loughborough in Leicestershire, basking in sunshine. Now it's obviously nice for us to look at, but it's for the teams coming up later on. We've got 2 more games on this pitch and a couple more over on pitch number 1. The heat, because it has increased significantly since 9 AM this morning when we hit off, and again in the back of the net, but the initial pass coming from outside the circle took no deflection off any stick, so just a hit for White from the 16. Yeah, the heat was playing a major factor, isn't it? Because we were playing at 9 AM this morning, it was about 16 degrees, overcast, it was lovely. Even I think I could run about for an hour maybe if I was lucky. But when the heat comes on, need that fluid intake, gonna tire a lot quicker. England blue looking for that goal number 9. Been a really nice performance by England White in this fourth quarter. Arguably their most successful of the four. No goals conceded. But Blue constantly applying that pressure. And that is a penalty corner. Just a really loose stick there in the back of the foot. Of the England Blue player. So a 40-second break is what you get when you get a short corner or a penalty corner. Time for the defending team to don their protective gear. Now, if only of the 8 goals that Team Blue have scored, only one has come from a... Is it one? For penalty corner? It's hard to keep track when there's that many goals, isn't it? Here we go. Can they get another though? 2 minutes to play. Saved nicely. In at the second attempt. It is 9. 9-0 for England Blue. First attempt saved down on the ground by Tom Morgan in the England goal, in the England White goal. So 1 minute 40. Can England White get a consolation? Or for the first time in this competition, can we see double figures on a hockey pitch? Here they go, can they? Into the circle, pulled away. And England can break, can they get a consolation on the break? It is 3-on-2 in the blue half. Ball goes forward to the circle, can't quite get it around the blue number 5. That is good defending and his teammates can come back and give him some cover. They create space and any danger averted. And they quickly turn it round. Less than 1 minute now. Last chances then as we count the clock down. You're going to hear the hooter shortly. Oh my word! And that is goal number 10, and that is quite remarkable. From the right-hand side of the circle, a huge strike into the top left-hand corner of Tom Morgan's goal. That is superb. Saved the best to last, and it is 10-0 England Blue. You couldn't have guessed the scoreline. Maybe on paper they had scored more goals across their first 2 games. And here comes the hooter, and that is the sound of relief for England White. Final score, England Blue 10, 1-0 to England White's 0. So that is your 3rd and 4th place playoff match completed in the boys tournament. 2 more games still to come here on pitch number 2. Coming up at 11 AM, we've got the girls' 5th and 6th place playoff. At the same time, you've got the boys' final over on pitch number 1. And then from 1 PM onwards, here on pitch number 2, 3rd and 4th place playoff for the girls, while the girls' final will take place over on pitch number 1. So, a farewell, entertaining game, plenty of goals. Not what we expected, but my goodness me, what a result. And just confirms their place of 3rd in the hockey tournament for the boys in the 2021 school games. Final score here on pitch number 2 in this 3rd, 4th place playoff is England Blue 10, England White 0.
Hi everyone, my name is Nicola Minicello and I am a former bobsleigh athlete from Great Britain.
My name is Jenna Downing. I'm a former world champion inline skater, 10 times British champion.
Hi, my name's Tom Davis. I'm a former GB judo athlete, now an athlete mentor for the Youth Sport Trust.
Important. For me, it was always crucial to maintain a work-life balance. I always studied throughout my sporting career, so I went to university, really prioritised my exams, tried to see my friends, but also tried to get involved in a range of sports outside of my sport, and that just helped me, my identity, and just helped me with a life outside of sport, feel like myself and maintain my well-being.
So transition. It's always good to have foresight. For me, we're transitioning through all walks of life, whether that be from going to school, from primary to secondary school, from one job to the next, and just to make your life that little bit more manageable and more comfortable, being aware of these transitions and being ready for them will leave you best placed to maximise those opportunities.
Amazing. For me, work-life balance has been crucial. So when I was an athlete, I always worked full-time or studied or did something. I actually think I was a better athlete because I always created balance. Only focusing on one thing leaves you really vulnerable and susceptible. If you have an injury, if you have a bad day, if you have something that's not quite right, it can be really, really difficult. Focusing on keeping balance, having lots of different interests, makes you a well-rounded athlete.
Tough. It is tough to experience loss or failure, but I think it's important that we can learn from our mistakes, learn from those failures and setbacks, adapt and overcome, and use those failures to help us to grow stronger and become better as people and as athletes. So don't be scared to get that last place, to experience that setback, that tough time. We all go through them. Use these tough times to enable you to move forward and become a better, stronger person and athlete.
So necessity. But for me also than that, when you get older, I realised that it was a real added benefit. So chose, once I didn't have to go on to college and then eventually university. So a real big benefit to work alongside my sporting journey. Left me better placed when I was transitioned out into what I call the real world.
Yeah, come on, you're out. Is the one with the black guy and six there? And then mine was Captain Harbour. Oh, that thing. No, this is right. I'm like, that's right, that's right. Just tell them to lie. Link got arms around shoulders. Arms around shoulders, on the back. Six in here. On the back. On the back. Lower back, lower back. Yeah. We're really overthinking this, guys. So what? Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
She's over there with medics. Yeah, she was breathing It was just starting.
Welcome back to pitch number 2 here at Loughborough. We are baking in sunshine, clear blue skies, ready for our 5th and 6th place playoff game here. England red taking on England blue. They are walking out to the halfway line, presented before kick-off in just a few moments' time. It is day 4. 10 sports concluding today in the 440-acre campus in Leicestershire. 60 minutes left of the tournaments left for these two teams. Party atmosphere. 10 minutes prior to kick-off. Everybody enjoying themselves. They won't be crowned champions, but can they get a win on the board? Hello and welcome to a sun-baked Loughborough here on pitch number 2 as the 5th and 6th place playoff in hockey. We're going to be watching England red versus England blue. And the players just getting ready, a few moments away from kick-off. And very party-happy atmosphere here in the build-up to hit-off. Both teams enjoying themselves, looking for their first win of the tournament. The two teams have both played 2, lost 2, unfortunately, so one of them is going to get a win to close out their week. 10 sports in total over the 4 days here in Loughborough. And England Blue get us underway. And to have a team sheet in front of me, I'll run you through the list of those starting 11s and those on the substitutes bench as well. Over on pitch number 1, the show pitch, it is the final taking place currently of the boys tournament. But you join us with the girls. Girls final will be over on pitch number 1 at 1 o'clock. So England red in the build up to this game. Lost their opening game 6-2 to England white and 6-1 yesterday to Ulster. England blue losing 4-1 to Scotland, and then just a 2-0 loss to Wales. There's a chance very early on. Reds attacking, and this is the first time this week it has been glorious sunshine, lots of overcast weather. The temperature's raised by nearly double digits between now and very early on this morning when we arrived. So today is the day when we're going to say plenty of thanks to the organisers and the bodies involved in getting this on. So many people coming together to make this competition happen. And no matter what happens, I know everybody's enjoyed themselves just walking around campus and throughout the venues. Unfortunately, no spectators, of course, this year, as we just come to the end of COVID precautions, but we're keeping it as safe as possible. But venues like this, where it's world-class facilities, indoor and outdoor, it is like a mini Olympic village. You can walk around and take in different sports, really are just walking distance apart. Sometimes, even during this game, you might hear in the far distance whistles and shouts and a little bit of music, because they are all close by, particularly pitch number 1, which is just to our far right-hand side down the hill. Can often hear the hooter and shouts, enjoying goals being scored from a small distance away. Embankments around pitch number 2 allows fellow competitors in different sports to come and watch their teammates or national counterparts. So it is an absolutely fantastic week for everybody involved. Real pleasure to be here and talking you through all the action on pitch number 2. My colleague Ian Findlay is over on pitch number 1. And he's going to be enjoying both the finals today. Again, the girls' final at 1 PM scheduled, pending any penalty shootouts in the previous games which delay proceedings. And our final game today here on pitch 1 at the conclusion of this match is at 1 o'clock as well. And that is the girls' 3rd and 4th place playoff, effectively your bronze medal match. And right now, England red versus England blue. This is about pride and ending the week with a win. Shot from red into the circle is the first real chance. And just deflected away and out and going the way of blue. So those team sheets for you. Have a quick run through them. And just to mention, you might hear some coach shouting like we have throughout the week. We do have a pitch side mic as well as mine. So we do tend to pick up a little bit of coach's instructions. And it will be the England blue coaches that you're going to be hearing, because they're just on my left hand side if you do overhear those. England red move forward into the circle. I'll just delay those team sheets for a moment because here's a chance. First off the game, And it is a penalty corner for England Red. There's a player down, her hands on her head, and that might be a sore one. And yeah, the officials are being called on, the pitchside physios and medical team. Just going to see them making their way on the pitch now. So those teams then, good unfortunate circumstances, but opportunity to run through those team sheets. So for England Red, your starting 11 in goal is Savannah Val, Elena Stevenson, Gracie Coleman, Mia Rawlins, Captain Hermione Kate, Molly Marshall, Annabella Davies-Roche, Holly Ferber, Grace Shering, Poppy Beals and Katie Day. However, rolling substitutions in hockey means, although that's our starting 11, it's most likely already have changed, and it does, it's relentless substitutions taking place. So the starting on the bench, at least for England Red, is goalkeeper Emma Ashcroft. Then you got Eleanor Poppy Lawson, Sophia Bashir, Kira Dinsdale-Young, Tineka Jennings and Alice Appleton, coached by Matt Way, and team manager Joe Evelyn White. And then England Blue, starting 11 in goal, Dora Savory, Rosie Taysom, Anna Court, Amelia Tanner, Tilly Fox, Anna Payne, Captain Maddie Upton, Charlotte Mould, Millie Crosby, Catherine Pearce and Charlotte Toms. And starting on the bench, goalkeepers Charlotte Westmoreland Smith, Emily Tapner Evans, Jessica Hazel, Charlotte Lord and Eve Naylor, coached by Sarah Ralphs and team manager James Finney. So we is a slightly more serious injury than we would have hoped for England Blue player, and the crutches are out. Not sure if it's knee or ankle, joint related. Yeah, not able to put any pressure on that right leg whatsoever, sadly. So England Blue using a man-marking tactic rather than zonal. Just a few words of encouragement from the England Blue team to their teammates in that huddle just in front of my position. So England Red, short corner. Less than 5 minutes played. Real opportunity to get the first goal on the scoreboard. And it is saved, but second. Hang on, there's a call there, a penalty corner. Quickly overturned. And coaches next to me saw the funny side of things. Just a mistake in the call. But regardless, Red still pushing forward into the circle. A free hit the way of England Red. So everything happening currently inside the Blue 23. So 10 sports happening across the week, all concluding today on Sunday, finals day.
Why is the clock going down? Shot clock.
So alongside the hockey, you can enjoy the athletics, BMX, cricket, cycling, laser run, netball, triathlon, wheelchair basketball and wheelchair tennis. All available on the Youth Sport Trust YouTube channel. So all the early pressure from England Red. It's England Blue up to the challenge. So I know you're on YouTube now. You've probably heard me say this before if you've joined us in other games, but anything you want to watch coming up later on this afternoon, you can go to the YouTube channel. It'll say a fixture or a sport, and it will say live in a black box. That means it's scheduled to be live, but you can set yourself a reminder. And anything with a red live icon means it's happening right now. And there is lots going on. Don't go anywhere until at least the hockey's finished for this match. There will be a bit of a break before our final games at 1 PM this afternoon to close out the hockey tournament, but that by no means closes out the day. Lots going on around the campus. My tip that I've been given is to keep my eye on the BMX finals, which is actually happening at a venue in Derby, but part of the Loughborough School Games. Just a better facility there for that sport. And the laser run final, which I think is happening right now actually. So anything that's been live, you don't have to watch it live, you can come back and watch it later. Any stream is available to watch afterwards, so if you've missed any of the hockey games that you want to catch up on, just go to the Youth Sport Trust YouTube channel, go to the videos tab, and anything that's happening or has happened, you can just filter through and find the sport and the match of your choice. Triathlon last night was particularly good. There's a lot of build up to that one. Multi-sport event, the laser run has been popular. Heard really good things about the wheelchair basketball. That's the great thing about one of these venues. You can, like I've said, just sort of make your way around and watch different sports. So next time, penalty corner. Next time the games is on as a venue that you can attend, I cannot recommend enough doing so. So a second penalty corner for England Red. It has been their quarter thus far. Now, if you didn't see the game a little bit earlier on today on this pitch that started at 9 o'clock, that was England White versus England Blue in the boys' third place playoff. Final score in that one, the biggest scoreline of the tournament. I very much doubt it will be beaten. It's England Blue winning 10-0. Here we go then. Short corner for Red. Strike and wide. To the relief of the England Blue goalkeeper, currently Dora Savory. We have seen goalkeepers swapped several times at the end of quarters and halves, so I'll keep you up to date as much as I can with the substitutions. But even there, as I was looking towards the goalkeeper, 2 substitutions made behind me. They don't need to be called as long as the there's no sort of substitute scoreboard as you might find in other sports. It just happens so rapidly. But the player coming on cannot take a foot onto the pitch until the player coming off has left. So there are always just 11 apiece on the field, barring any suspensions for green and yellow and red cards. 3 cards available in hockey. A green card is a warning, puts you in the sin bin for 2 minutes. Yellow card, 5 minutes, sat in the chair. And if you get a red card, don't get changed. England Red, 3-on-2 in the blue half. Crucial interception there from the blue number 4, Anna Court. And if you're new to the sport, we'll try and sort of go through some rules as and when they occur. Already seen a couple of penalty corners. That's when a foul's committed in the semicircle and does not prevent a goal scoring opportunity. If it did prevent a clear goal scoring opportunity, that would be a penalty stroke. That is from the penalty spot. Conversion rate from penalty corners, throughout this tournament has been roughly sort of 1 in 4, maybe as close as 1 in 3. So they do provide a really good chance for getting on the scoreboard. Also known as a short corner, so you might hear me refer to them as both. And I'm sure many of you will be watching at least maybe your second game of hockey, but if it is your first, just to let you know how the competition has run. Boys and girls tournament going on this week. 6 teams in each. There is a Scotland, an Ulster, a Wales team, and an England red, an England white, and an England blue. Hence why you're seeing 2 England teams in this match. Hang on, chance for England red. Can they get a shot away? No, it's just swiped to the side and slams their stick into the ground in a bit of frustration. So 3 England teams, simply because there is a slightly larger talent pool, nothing other than that. So they split the England girls into 3 teams. Those 6 teams are split into 2 groups of 3. They play each other once, so they only play 2 group games. And then whoever's topped their group after those 2 games will play each other in the final. Whoever's second in their group play each other in the 3rd, 4th place playoff. And we are watching the 2 teams that came sadly bottom of their groups for the 5th and 6th place official positions. Same applies to the boys. Their final is taking place at the moment over on pitch 1. That's the there's a green pitch here at Loughborough, and also the blue, what I've heard referred to as the show pitch. That gets watered, that pitch, in fact. Really nice, quick, slick surface. But it is a rapid sport. Really got to keep your eye on the ball as best you can. You can literally go from one end of the pitch straight into the other in under a couple of seconds. With the rolling substitutions, it just never ever stops. The players are always rushing, running, incredibly fit young athletes, and you can always have fresh legs. So you might hear me name a substitution and then say the same name again 5 minutes later, which is absolutely fine, of course. Keeps it very adaptable to tactics and strategy and formations. Coaches can respond to whatever's going on, change things as and when required. And already this first quarter, under 2 minutes left, absolutely flown by, even with the stoppage for the injury. And that injured player, if the ball is in this bottom right hand corner, she's still down there on the chair with the medical team. Not made her way back to the dugout yet, but she's protected with a couple of the advertising hoardings. And here coming in, but it's a great chance now. Side swipe, can they get a shot away? It's dragged back to about 10 yards, then the shot. That is fantastic. A 1-0 for England Red, and it is fantastic work by the number 12. And it's Annabella Davies-Roche. She was about 4 yards out from goal, had an opportunity to strike, but the goalkeeper, Dora Savoury, made herself big, so she had to drag the ball back 3 or 4 yards closer to the edge of the circle before taking the shot, and it rippled into the back of the net. Great way to open the scoring. Lovely bit of individual work. And it's a scoreline that is deserved of their opening 15 minutes performance. They have been the team on top. Couple of penalty corners to their name. Majority of the possession and played inside the blue half. Again, did lose their opening 2 games, as did England Blue. 6-2 and 6-1. So they have scored in every game. They've kept that run up. Can they finally turn one into a win? Well, they are leading through the first quarter. Lovely performance, more entertainment on pitch number 2. Half-time, or first quarter score is England red 1, England blue 0. We'll be back in about 90 seconds.
Okay, at the moment let's turn this over a little bit because we're not picking up. This is them, okay? We need to ensure that our wide forward is here, our wide forward is here, our 2 forwards are in here. Screens, you've got to either, in fact half-backs, your responsibility, you step onto these players that come in here to allow the midfield players to step in the middle of the pitch because we're vacating channels right now. That's why they're going through us like a knife in the defence. Okay, so they are putting a player on the sides each time, so making sure that we're picking up. Mark tighter, be more aggressive. We need to be on both sides. Girls, one more thing, please pass to each other's open step rather than to each other's left foot. We attack positions left foot. We don't pass to our own left foot. Okay?
For the second quarter, the injured player for England Blue, can confirm, was Charlotte Toms. Just seen her hobble past, sadly, under the arm of the medical assistant. So plenty of instructions given over the 2-minute break. 15 more minutes until half-time when we get that 10-minute break. The 2-minute breaks just restricted to the end of the first and the third quarters. So what change will we see in quarter number 2? It was all red over the first 15 minutes. England Blue only scored 1 goal in this tournament so far. That was in their 4-1 loss to Scotland. Also lost 2-0 to Leeds. Leeds? Wales. Where did Leeds come from? Leeds not taking part in this tournament. Might be some representatives from Leeds in one of these 2 teams, the Englands.
Open that pitch, Anna Court.
So 2 officials on the pitch for the hockey. Can communicate to each other via earpieces if necessary to confer on decisions. Not seen that happen too many times across the week, but just gives them an extra pair of eyes. My favourite rule in hockey is no offsides, which can lead to some fantastic runs on goal. Here's a nice run here now, actually. Again, it's England red, the number 14, chasing things down, Grace Sherring. Can't keep it in, but she does win a free hit. Be a long corner. That's nice play as well from the number 4, Sophia Bashir. That is an incredible goal from a tight angle. My goodness me, get your ruler out. No more than a few degrees. And that is Poppy Beals. I think she was one of the goal scorers in one of the opening games, actually, for England Red versus England White on the opening day. She's having a good tournament. So that is 2-0, and that is 2 fantastic goals from England Red. 2 bits of individual brilliance. Pushed into the right-hand side of the circle, and can't believe she even took a shot from that angle. Maybe it was I'm going to give her credit. I'm going to say it was a shot. It wasn't a pass into the middle. It was lovely bit of skill from Poppy Beals. And a 2-0 lead. Starts to look quite nice for England Red, and England Blue have some work to do to get back into this, because forgive the cliche, next goal is massive. A 3-0 lead or a 2-1 is two completely different games. Of course, a long time to play, although I can't tell you how long, because the clock at pitch side has stopped working. But when the hooter goes, that is our big vocal signal, or audible signal, that quarters have ended. And England Blue putting themselves under completely unnecessary pressure at the back, being shadowed by the number 3, taken to the ground. Advantage play, but Poppy Beals picks it up again, and this is again for the number 14 into the circle, and that is just to the right hand side. In fact, deflected away, free hit given the way of Blue. Now, what can England Blue do? They've not spent much time in the opposition half, and it's passes like that which don't help their progress. Giving away some several fairly easy interceptions. Red a lot more clinical. Nice work there from number 11 Charlotte Molden. This near side does finally get taken away, but just holding up play. And a challenge from behind, which is causes a foul in hockey. Only go from the front or the side, can't tuggle from behind. Also a nice rule is no obstructions in hockey. You've got to give your opponent fair advantage to chase down the ball. That is nice again from Red. Nobody just there to knock it in the back of the goal. And Blue can break. 3-on-2, moving into the Red half. The pass just a little bit behind the number 5. Now we're on out of play for Red possession. Tidy work on this near touchline. Tight against. Shot again. Pass into the centre. Can it get tucked away? Jumped on by the goalkeeper. So England Red well worth their 2-0 lead. England Blue just need to. This is exactly what they need to do. Just string a few passes together, even if it's deep in your own half. Just regain the composure and the possession, and keep hold of the ball for 30 seconds or so, and then push on forward. When you're not in possession, you don't spend much time on the stick, and it's like in any sport, you need to keep your eye in. Especially the forwards, who haven't had too much to do so far in this game for England Blue. They get a chance now, though. Big swing, trying to get it into the circle. Once again picked up by Red. So, gonna go a bit physical. That just runs out of play. There'll be a hit from the 16 for England Red. And so no sign of our clock coming back to life. So the players have a couple of times just questioned what's the time. The coaches as well are well aware, but they'll have their own stopwatches and things to run down. The only thing you have to be aware of, any stoppages in play. If you see any of the officials raise their arms above their head, forearms crossed, that is to stop the clock. It will happen automatically for a penalty corner. Get 40 seconds to get your equipment on. But anything like injuries or needing to speak to one of the captains, they can stop the clock as well. And it really is warm here now. I'll be able to hear the coach's instructions just down to my left hand side, just positioning the players in different locations on the field. And what is nice to see is you look around the venue, we have a fairly good position here. You see different teams from different sports making their way to their correct venues for their matches, always offering support as they pass. Compatriots taking part in different sports amongst the 10. Quite a nice little natural amphitheatre around pitch number 2. Chance for England Red. Can they make it 3? Good pass in. Oh, made it past 3 red sticks and runs out the far side. Yes, this nice little natural amphitheatre behind where the camera is, and to the far right hand side behind the blue goal. Nice grassy bank. On a few occasions we've seen other members, although no spectators as such, people on the venue that have been allowed to come in. They've got their accreditation. Those are of course players, coaches, those taking part in media such as myself. We can stop and watch other bits and pieces, and it's nice to see that, get a bit of extra volume. So a third penalty corner for England Red. This will be the 40 seconds mentioned where they get to put their safety equipment on. Now you can't see this, but pitch side at each end there are 2 monitors that give a 40-second countdown, so they're well aware of how long they've got. Four defenders plus the goalkeeper allowed in the circle when a penalty corner is taking place.
Yes, lads, let's go, girls, our ball!
And what's happened there is exactly what I was talking about. They've taken too long. 40 seconds have been completed. There is a monitor pitch side where they can see how long is left. They run out of time, and the referee has awarded a free hit the way of England Blue. Real missed opportunity for England Red. You very rarely see that, but can they make amends with a rush into the circle? In fact, that's the first time I've seen this on pitch number 2 this week. Somebody or a team missing out on being able to take their short corner. Got another injury to an England Blue player. Just had her hand on her shin, making a hand signal that she doesn't need the medical staff. Now the players are remarkably well looked after here at the venue. Every single pitch or court will have medical staff in attendance. There's a chief medical officer who put together the COVID plan for the week. Also the same medical officer who put together the Wimbledon 2021 plan. So they do work with the absolute best. Just to get onto the site on the Thursday, let's have a lateral flow negative test, temperature check before you could get your accreditation and make your way around the campus. Real focus on mental health and well-being for the players as well as physical. Preparing these young athletes for a life in sport and professional sport. They'll be well aware of the names that have come before them that have taken part in the games. 20% of the British Olympic and Paralympic team had previously taken part in a school games. Incredible figure. And amongst those household names and medalists, Adam Peaty, Max Whitlock, Rinnie Johnson-Thompson, Ellie Simmons, all names they'll want to join that list of. A rich history for Britain in the hockey. She's winning a bronze medal at the Tokyo Games after a gold in Rio. And this is the next generation you're watching right now. And Red on the front foot once again. Can't quite get the ball to her feet. Now, throughout the week, and especially today on finals day, make sure you are keeping your eye on everything social, or if you are taking photos or sending messages to loved ones online, or if you're fellow athletes watching from within the campus, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, School Games, or at School Games, or _ at School Games for Twitter. Always try and best you can to copy those names in, use the hashtag 2021SG, keep a part of the conversation. Red again, opportunity, goalkeeper comes out onto the floor, once again repelled, and now England Blue kind of a bit of a moment just to attempt to clear, and they do win a hit from the edge of the circle. So yeah, keep involved in the conversation anywhere on social. Use the hashtag 2021SG and copy in any of the handles for the school games. Everything helps the exposure of the sport. The more you talk about it, the more people are going to watch it, more people can enjoy it and see these young athletes taking part. Chance for England Blue from out of nowhere, really. Can't take it, but just shows there is a chink in the armour of England Red. So impressive how fit these athletes are. I mean, I'm just stood here pitch side and I'm baking and feeling a little bit tired, and they're running around absolutely non-stop. And by the look of things, barely breaking sweat so far in the first half. I might be wrong. But after 3 days of overcast weather, it is lovely to see just a clear blue sky in every direction. Just a wisp of cloud above the England Red goal. A very vocal England Blue goalkeeper and his Dora Savoury yelling instructions non-stop. And defenders asking for more intent. And nice space created by Anna Court. But here come England Red again. Here's a great chance. Take a shot. Saved by the shins. Play goes down. Advantage given. Really good chance again for England Red, but it's Dora Savoury to the rescue. Once again into the circle. Another chance. Can she turn and shoot? Takes a shot. Saved again. There's the shot. And almost over the top of the bar, but that hooting you heard does bring us to half-time. It is England Red 2, England Blue 0. All to play for. The coaches now will get 10 minutes to have a chat with their teams, talk tactics, talk about the next 30 minutes. England Red need to carry on doing what they're doing. England Blue, maybe a change of strategy. And we'll be back in around 8 or 9 minutes, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. Half-time score, England Red 2, England Blue 0. And welcome back to the second half of England Red with a 2-0 lead over England Blue. 30 minutes of hockey to play in our 5th and 6th place match. Both teams looking for their first win of the tournament. England Red looking the most likely to do so here in the sun-soaked pitch 2 at Loughborough. It's an absolutely stunning day to end the entire 2021 school games. And these games don't come together by accident. Many people and organisations involved. We give our thanks to the National Lottery. It's a lottery-funded event. Sport England, the Youth Sport Trust, whose YouTube channel you're on at the moment. The sporting bodies of each country, that's Sport England, Sport Wales, Sport Northern Ireland and Sport Scotland. Department of Culture, Media and Sport. Change for Life, the Department for Education and the British Olympic and Paralympic Associations. We give huge thanks not just to the organisations but the staff at those, everyone involved at that level, and also our school games organisers, because we of course enjoy this final games, but just getting here requires a huge number of people at school, regional and local level. So yellow card there for England Red, down to 10. That is the number 11. There's Molly Marshall making her way off. She'll be sat in the sin bin for 5 minutes, which consists of a little chaired area between the two dugouts. And England Blue will have a resulting penalty corner, their first of the game. Can they get back into this one incredibly quickly in the second half? And it's punched away by the goalkeeper, and a big clash. So first penalty corner cannot be converted. There've been many in this game. I think it's just 3 for England Red. That was the first for Blue. And that conversion rate again, it's roughly about sort of 1 in 4, maybe 1 in 3 at a really high level. And, bit of unfortunate footwork for England Red. So England Blue starting this quarter and half better than they have the prior to. So whatever was said at half time, it's giving them a shot in the arm in these opening few minutes of quarter 3.
Yes, well played, girls!
And England Red will be a woman disadvantaged, or a 1-woman deficit for the next 4 or 5. And chance again, deep in the circle, trying to find an angle. Penalty corner again. What a great start to the second half by England Blue. Can they turn it into a figure on the scoreboard? I'm sure they won't make the same mistake as England Red in the first half when they got timed out for taking their penalty corner. I hope that doesn't come back to haunt them. And already, what can they do? Second attempt, shot at goal, and in the back of the net, there we go! And that changes things hugely. On the scoreboard, half the deficit to England Red. Very nice indeed. I think it was Maddie Upton, the goal scorer, the captain. Just get confirmation of that as soon as I can. Yeah, it was the captain, Maddie Upton, captain's performance, and getting the ball rolling in the second half. Can they continue to apply that early pressure? The majority of the first 30 minutes was spent inside their own half. Was listening to the half-time talks and England Blue coach Sarah Ralphs and team manager James Finney looking for a moment of reflection on the first half. I felt they were almost causing their own problems rather than them being created by England Red. And again, doing exactly to the Red what they were on the receiving end of in the first half. And long ball forward, running out of play. These athletes amongst 1,300 taking part in the games over these 4 days. 22,000 in total have taken part across the 14 editions of the event. It is a spectacular alumni and rolling credits, and again England Blue into the red circle, just can't turn the ball around. But, all the opportunities go in the way of Blue, and they've picked it up again from the red start. They won a free hit. Again, I'll keep on top of substitutions as and when I can. They do tend to come on and off without a sound. So acres of space. But, loose passes like that, or receiving, let the ball go out of play and just stop the progress for a few moments. And just to remind you, the game's coming up later today in case you've joined us at half-time. Over on pitch 1 right now is the boys' final. This is the 5th and 6th place playoff on the girls' side of the games. And at 1 PM, another pair of games starting on pitch 1 and 2. You can join me here for the 3rd and 4th place playoff in the girls' tournament, or the girls' final is over on pitch number 1. You can watch them both at the same time if you've got a couple of screens. But whichever one you miss, you can come back and watch later. It's the recording. Let's go back to the homepage of the Youth Sport Trust YouTube channel. Click on the videos tab. Everything will be there waiting for you. It's a nice chance for the players as well to come back and watch any goals they've scored or performances, assess themselves. You know, the coaches of opposing teams have certainly been watching the previous matches. England Red, Poppy Beals again, can she get a second? Oh, over the top of the bar. Big strike, looking for a second goal of the game. So yeah, coaches have been watching the rewinds of the matches in the evenings, getting themselves ready. I'm sure they've been encouraging the players to do so as well. Get to know your opponent. Blue, shot from distance, just inside the circle, hits the right-hand side of the goal. Just 9 inches or so to the left, and that would have levelled the scores up. Happy to say our scoreboard at pitchside is now fully functional. Already halfway through this quarter. And it's been a quarter for England Blue. Yeah, very exciting final 15 if they could level things up. I'm sure they would have taken a halving of the deficit going into this 15-minute period. So Blue playing it wide from deep inside their own half. And dispossessed. England Red into the circle, over to the centre. Picked out by a Blue stick. And really composed couple of passes to take out the circle. the conclusion of this game. They will be at 45 minutes before then and the final two games, so you will have a good break. I do encourage you to go and watch a couple of other sports. It is non-stop sport for these entire 4 days. So if you're having lunch or having a drink, stick one of the other channels on, but don't forget to come back. Poppy Beals, great run into the circle, has to turn and shoot, and a lovely tackle in a dangerous position. And the second shot, Poppy Beals having a fantastic game, the number 16. Really causing problems for the blue defence. She's broken through the ranks once, and I wouldn't put money against her doing it again. And that is really nice stuff down the right hand side. Oh my goodness, that could be an injury. That looked painful, crunching to the ground. And yeah, definitely bringing the medical team on as quick as we possibly can. A real nasty tangle of legs, went down hard. Already got one player injured, the number 18, Charlotte Thompson's come off on crutches. So 2 players involved, completely accidental, might still be a foul or a penalty corner. They'd missed the hand signals from the referees. It did look a bit nasty. I think it's Rosie Taysom that we think might be down the number 3. There's only 5 outfield substitutes for England Blue. They're already down to 4 with the loss of Toms. Just trying to be maybe help to her feet. Just seems to get a sort of shin tangled between her opponent's legs. So just having her laces tied. I think she might be okay to carry on. Or maybe not. We'll wait and see. Give her the time she needs. And just being helped off the pitch. So we're just waiting to see still what the actual conclusion of that was. And the number 11 and a little bit distressed. I think she was the other girl involved in the tackle. We'll try and find out what happened. Can I ask a question? What happened with the number 11, the red? Why was she? Oh, the red card was it? So just confirmation, the reason the number 11 was coming off there for England Red, that is Molly Marshall. I'm actually red carded for that challenge. So England Red down to 10 for the remainder of this game. Penalty corner, first time seen that this week, completely misses their fellow teammates. England Red can break here, and they're already just can't get on that, the number 8. So just to confirm, Molly Marshall, number 11 for England Red, red carded. Her team is down to 10 players for that tackle on Rosie Taysom. Rosie Taysom, I don't think we'll see her again in this game. Joined her teammate Charlotte Toms on the injury list. And the score is 2-1, and we've got about 20 minutes to play. I wouldn't like to call this one. Dispossessed just outside her own circle. Number 14 on the end of it, Grace Sherring. So what can they do with a 1-woman advantage in 20 minutes? I'm sure that will affect the last quarter team talk hugely, and how they play things now. And really sad to see Molly Marshall really distressed coming off Probably a combination of injuring a fellow opponent. Never want to do that. Nothing intentional whatsoever. But although disappointed to be leaving the field early. Worked so hard, all these players, just to get here, take part in the games. Want to see it through right to the end. Their teammates are going to do everything they can to retain that scoreline and end the tournament with a win. A couple of substitutions now then for England Red. Coming on is number 3, Eleanor Poppy Lawson. A couple of her fellow teammates just waiting by. Forward pass intercepted. England Blue can break again. Here we go. Can they make it through? They're into the circle. Going to be a shot for the number 17. Passes it to a teammate. Can't quite find them. Good save. That's what they need to do. They just want to get to this break now. 3 minutes away to see out these 3 minutes and take some instructions from their coach. It is only a 2-minute break, remember. So not much respite to have that conversation. And some real back and forth now between these two teams. Another player to the ground legitimately. But this is getting physical now. Both teams are aware of the implications of what's happened over the last 5 minutes.
Our ball, get some height and girls. Right over here.
And the heat is rising, and not just from that big yellow ball in the sky. So medical team kept busy today. Never something you want to see, but again it's just a sign of how well these players are being looked after. There is on-site medical teams at every single pitch side, court side, pool side, no matter where they are. And both times in this game when there's been an injury, they've been at the player's side within like 60 seconds or less. .90 seconds to try and find an equaliser. And the pass forward from Red, just a little bit too long to find Annabella Davies-Roche. Another substitution, goal scorer Papa Beals comes off for number 7, Kira Dinsdale-Young. She's certainly earned a little break. Again, real screams of instructions from the England Red goalkeeper, asking them teammates to make them waste time, keep the pressure on, run the clock down, get to that break. Don't allow them any glimpses of avenues through the midfield. Keep them pegged in their own half. So, ooh, goodness me, that was a pass from the number 13 to the shins of the England Blue player. She's won herself another free hit in doing so. And there is your hooter for the end of the third quarter. The deficit has been halved by England Blue. It is 2-1 Red. Everything to play for. Red down to 10 players. This could be a big 15 minutes, and it's a big 90-second chat with their coaches.
Okay. Okay. Look, you have got 15 minutes now to score a goal and draw the game. Honestly, once you've got the first one, I believe you could score the second one. Okay, but we have to take care of the precious thing. This time, rather than we're still going to do 10 press, 10 press, but this time I don't want you to go every time because I think our two forwards are jumping and then they're playing the ball in behind us. So just have a little bit of thought process with regards to, can you hold a little bit and almost play it like a 3/4 press from a 10-10? Okay, so that we can consolidate that middle of the pitch a little bit more. Okay, please, your game, you start the halfway and you don't go into contact, and then all of a sudden you want to take everybody on. Make the ball do the work. Come on, you've got your overload. You've got 11, they've got 10. Make that count.
30 seconds left on the break clock, and as anticipated, a real focus on that one-woman advantage and how they can use that. Coaches felt that after Team Blue got their goal, they could see and feel there was certainly a quick second in there. Not that they got it, but just instilling that confidence. So 15 minutes to decide who is 5th or 6th in this game. The 5th or 6th, I think, is kind of irrelevant. It's just ending the tournament with a win. Neither team managed to do that so far. England Red, the team in the lead, have conceded 6 goals twice. 6-2 loss to England White and a 6-1 loss to Ulster. England Blue have scored their 2nd goal of the tournament in this game. They lost 4-1 to Scotland in the opening game and then 2-0 to Wales. So they do actually have a slightly better goal difference than England Red. They're minus 5 to England's England Red's -9. So on paper, yeah, this was always going to be a close game. It's turned out that way. But we thought that this morning when there was a 10-0 match. We thought that might be a little bit tighter. But this is going to the book of sorts. Chance for England Red. Lovely break, one-on-one, and then the goalkeeper for lovely defending. And an absolute swarm of red shirts around the England midfielder in blue, but they can push it out to the right-hand side, win a free hit. Using space, trying to make an opening. And can she get a shot away? Almost, everything but. And as you can imagine, this is the first multi-sport national event in the UK for youngsters since the start of March, April 2020. And what a great event it's been. It is fantastic to be here. This is my first school games. And I can't wait to come back if I'm invited. No, just to add to the drama, for me at least, pitch side and the coaches here, these clock has again been stuck on 2 minutes, so we are relying on stopwatches now. I think it's more affecting for the players, to be perfectly honest. Generally they'll know there's sort of 90 seconds and they're keeping their eye on the clock, especially as the clock ticks down. If you're in the lead or chasing a goal, it's really nice to know exactly how long is left. I want to throw the ball into the circle. bit of a Hail Mary right at the end if necessary, but they're not going to get that opportunity if the clock doesn't get fixed. But it all adds to the drama. Put it all in the mixing pot. We've already had a really interesting build up to this last quarter with the injuries, the red card, the 1-goal deficit. Definitely got a bit more hands-on in quarter 3. And can England Red go against the deficit and restore their 2-goal lead, or will England Blue match things back up? A couple more substitutions to come for England Red. All these players we've seen before now, so we'll make it onto the pitch 3 or 4 times during an hour's match, depending on how things are going. And that ball is going to run all the way to the baseline before it goes out to play. So coming on now, trio of substitutions for England Red. The number 18, Katie Day. Number 17, Alice Appleton. The number 5, Eleanor Stevenson. And the one player England Blue probably won't want to see coming back on is the number 16. That is Poppy Beals. Been a real thorn in their side. Picked up nicely by Blue, but can't retain it. The volume on the pitch has just dropped a little bit, just concentrating on what they're doing. And there's an early chance for Beals, can't get a stick on the end of it, runs through the circle. And out for a Blue hit from 16. And intercepted by Beals. She can gain 15-20 yards, lay it off inside. Not in a shooting position. Another player down. And that will be a Blue free hit just inside their 23. You may notice that some players choose to wear 1 glove, some choose to wear 2, some might wear none at all. Completely personal choice. Here come Blue, can they level things up? Tries to go for a reverse sweep, then a second attempt to get into a teammate who's really stood on the goal line. 2 in a long corner. More work to just shield that one out of play. Same again. Hit from the 23. Using the space, moving it from left to right, looking for that gap. Looking for a bit of the armour. Shot chance. Oh, sticks on the ground. Penalty corner. Here's a big chance now. Now the last penalty corner. This is only their second of the game, England Blue.
Come on, girls, please, time. Come on, Ryan.
Just being encouraged to conclude their little chat before deciding which method they're going to take to strike this one at goal. Here we go then. Can they level things up? England Blue, short corner. Out wide to the right, stopped by the defender nicely. Second swipe just a bit loose, and it is a red free hit. Repelled again. Aerial pass. Looking for Beals, can't find her. She does well to pick it up, goes for the long swipe forward. To the right-hand side with the blue number 5, Amelia Tanner, inside to her teammates. And Team Red just becoming a little bit difficult to break down. Passed against the foot, that'll be a free hit. Another aerial pass, doesn't find its way through. Chance for Red at the opposite end, and just angle too tight. Slides out of the play behind the goal. Another substitution coming on the numbers 6 first of all. And it's Gracie Coleman. And the number 12. That is Annabelle Davies-Roche. Here's some cheers from down on pitch number 1. That's the boys' final concluding into their final quarter down there. And that is a pass that can't be run on to the end of by the number 6. England Blue coach saying there's too much congestion in their formation, looking to create some space. And now you wouldn't know that England Red are at a one-player disadvantage unless you knew previously, because just been indicated 5 minutes to go here at pitch side. Of course you know that on the screen, but for the coaches and the players unaware. Oh, this is lovely from the number 8, shot on target. Oh, lovely save! That is possibly a match prolonging save. It is now Charlotte Westmoreland Smith in goal for England Blue, being swapped over for Dora Savory, and that was key. 3-1 with 5 minutes to go. Would have been an uphill battle to say the least, but remaining it to a 1-goal disadvantage is a different kettle of fish entirely. Still in danger zone, just defending nicely, wins the free hit, takes it quickly, intercepted, back into the blue circle. And that's tidy for England Blue, but they ain't numbered in the red half. Have to wait for some reinforcements to arrive. They come now. So she'll take her time and take it down, wins the free hit. That's a nice bit of play there, just to slow things up. And can't find her teammate inside the 23. What's a loose pass? And this is end to end now. Not sure whether the signal's been given to the players that they've got about 3 minutes remaining or so now. This is last chance saloon. And of course, have penalties if we need to separate 5th and 6th. We need to find out officially who is who and where is where. And a shot, and it does actually find its way into the net eventually, but whistle had already gone. More red substitutions. You're not hearing many blue substitutions simply because they've not got many players left, to be perfectly honest. They only had 4 outfield substitutions available. 2 of those are injured. They're a very small squad now. Keeper can flick it away, but it's only to the edge of the circle. Going to be turned nicely. Can he get a reverse swing? She can't. And it hits the opposing red boot. So that is a free hit red. They can now turn things around and break.
Let's go for goal. Big effort now. Big effort now.
Yeah, blue coach asking for a big effort, and that is exactly what they need. if we see another goal, which is actually looking, both defences working remarkably well. One of the lowest scoring games we've seen, but by no means does that mean lack of quality. So we are now inside the final 2 minutes. And something needs to happen for England Blue. They're at the wrong end of the pitch at the moment. They do have to concede a long corner as well, hit from the 23. And Red will be happy to just pass the ball amongst themselves at the back now. They're the ones in control. They've survived 20 minutes, a woman down. Need to hold on for one more. Get their first victory of the campaign. And again, you just never know. There was a player difference between the two teams, and that's not going to help from England Blue. 40 seconds remaining. They've got to get the ball up the field, and to do that, first of all, you need to retain some possession. And they're giving away a weak hit inside their own half, and that could be curtains, because Red will take their time, hold it in the corner, and then they move into the circle. And this will be your final result. We know our winners, barring something utterly ridiculous, will now be England Red. And here comes the hooter. That is a well-deserved victory to end the tournament for England Red. They'd been looking for one for 4 days. They get it here on pitch number 2 in the sunshine. Not the way England Blue would want to end their campaign, but great performance. Provided great entertainment. We give thanks to all the players involved. A wonderful week. 2 more games to come in the hockey. On pitch 1 at 1 o'clock, we've got the girls' final. And if you stay with me on pitch number 2, we have the girls' 3rd and 4th place playoff. Effectively your bronze medal match. Good appreciation between the two teams. Fist bumps and thanks. And again, congratulations to all those taking part, and we hope to see them again in the school games in the future. But for now, until 1 o'clock, we'll go for a break. You don't need to leave the channel, but if you do, make sure it's just to watch another sport at these 2021 games. But the final score here on pitch 2 in the 5th, 6th place playoff is England Red 2, England Blue 1.
we were like on this sort of like private day. Yeah, no, it's a story we just celebrate. If you score, time out.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for coming back and welcoming us once again to pitch number 2 here at Loughborough. It's our final game of the event on pitch number 2. It is the third and fourth playoff in the girls' matches. It is Scotland versus England white. Lining up as we speak, Scotland all in blue, England in their full white kit with red stripes down the side. Coached by Claire Rogers, Scotland coached by William Robson. Both of these teams played one, won one and lost one each. England won 6-2 versus England red and lost their next game 3-1 versus Ulster. Scotland on the other half, they beat England blue 4-1 before a loss 1-0 yesterday versus Wales. Both looking to end their competition on a high in their respective huddles in their own halves, just a minute or so away from hit-off. It's been an absolutely fantastic week. The weather's been glorious to us today. We are basked in sunshine, clear blue skies in the hockey facilities. There is 2 games going on or starting very shortly. On pitch number 1 it is the girls' final, but I'll be very happy if you stuck with me, of course, in this third and fourth place playoff. I'm going to run through the team sheets when I get a moment, but we're about to get things underway. So for the final time in this 4-day competition at the 2021 school games, we hit off 60 minutes across 4 quarters. Who is going to end their tournament with a win and take third place in the games? So your England starting 11 in goal: Lottie Wakeham-Dawson, Katie Marden, Beth Dow-Biggin, Freya Kalia, Lily Soki, Scarlett Spavin, Emily Miskell, Amy Crannan, Esme Hills, Eloise Ward and Izzy Shelley, again coached by Claire Rogers, and team manager is Kirsty Addy. And I just hesitate before I give you the Scotland starting 11 as ending and encroach in the opposition half. So in goal for Scotland, Cara McAllister. Starting 11 also consists of Ava Findlay, Jennifer Veach, Niamh Halliday, Niamh Green, Jessica Barr, Captain Itski Hoofman, Skye Waugh, Anna McWilliams, chance for England, Anna McWilliams, Ava Smith and Abby Grant. Again coached by William Robson and team manager Susan McDowell. So both teams capable of scoring multiple goals. Scotland 4-1 winners against England blue, and England white beat their red countrywomen 6-2 in their opening game. That was here on pitch 2, in fact. Chance for Scotland into the area. Can they sneak it away? Right close to the goal line, but defended well. Still not out of the danger area. They do win a free hit. So I'm sure this will be maybe at least your second game watching of the tournament. Just to remind you, 6 teams in each gender: Scotland, Wales, Ulster and 3 England teams, split between red, white and blue. It's England white we are watching in this match. Shot from just on the edge of the circle. And no real differentiation between the 3 England teams, just a slightly bigger pool of players to pick from, so they split them over 3. Those 6 teams are split into 2 groups of 3. They play each other once, so just 2 games in the group stages. And whoever's on top in their group goes off to play in the final. The two teams we are watching now came second in their group, that's playing for the 3rd and 4th place titles. And we've already seen today the 5th and 6th place playoff on this pitch earlier today at 11 o'clock, which we enjoyed. 2-1 win for England Red in that one. And this morning at 9 o'clock, in case you missed it, there was a 10-0 win for England in the opening game. Shot from just wide of the post. Good chance for the number 17. Is Abby Grant with a shot just wide of the post. So 4 days conclude today. 10 sports in total across the competition, as well as the hockey. You can enjoy the athletics, the BMX, the cricket, the cycling, the laser run, netball, triathlon and wheelchair basketball and tennis. All taking part across 440 acres here in Leicestershire. It's an incredible venue is Loughborough. Second time it's held the competition, last in 2016. Also been held in the likes of Bath, Bristol, Newcastle, Glasgow. So I doubt you'll find more world-class facilities in one place than you will where we are right now. And full of accommodation as well, so it really is set up as a mini Olympics village for these athletes, all staying on site. Only one downside, no spectators allowed this week. However, hence why it is the first time everything has been streamed live, available to you on the Youth Sport Trust YouTube channel. If you've missed anything, you can go back and watch it. And set your reminders. Plenty of, well, all the sports concluding today. The one I've been told to keep my eye on is the BMX, so I'll be watching that one later. That's actually taking place in Derby, the BMX, the only one outside the Loughborough venue, simply because they've got the facilities over there, but all part of the same games. So over 5 minutes into this first quarter, nothing given or taken by each team. A couple of chances at both ends. Again, the girls' final, don't go anywhere, but the girls' final's taking place down on pitch 1 at the moment. You can watch that afterwards if you want to. They have all been cracking games. My name's Ewan, I've been covering pitch 2 the entire week. My colleague Ian Findlay is down on pitch number 1, and it has been an absolute joy. So many varying games. The 5th and 6th place game we saw at 11 o'clock, full of action and controversy. A red card, a couple of major injuries in that one, 3 goals, plenty of penalty corner opportunities, and a couple of real bits of magic for the England Red. I'll definitely look for the highlights of the goals in that game. So give and go, resulting in a hit in for England. And that's nice from Scotland, breakthrough into the 23. And can they get the ball across into the centre of the circle? Not this time. Got plenty of thank yous to give during this next 60 minutes for all those that get this school games going. It's a long old process, lots of people, individuals, teams and organisations involved in getting us here. Every single one of them deserves credit. That's a lovely pass down the left-hand channel. Tries to send it inside, but intercepted by Anna McWilliams. Plenty of vocal instructions from both goalkeepers. Starting goalkeepers Cara McAllister for Scotland and Lottie Wakeham-Dawson for England. We have seen throughout this tournament regular changes of goalkeepers at the end of quarters, if not half-time. With the rolling substitutions in the hockey, I'll do my best to keep you up to date with what's happening. We've had plenty of substitutions already, but they do come and go, so you'll see plenty of players coming off, then finding them on the pitch a couple of minutes later if you're not concentrating. Number 11 for England just coming on is Georgia Ramshaw. Big crunch of sticks on the far side of the pitch. And plenty of blue shirts forward. And here's a chance, two in the box. It's overturned. Big aerial pass, only to blue number 5. And kicked away by the goalkeeper. Another chance, just nothing on the end of it. It has been lovely to see, although there's no spectators officially this week. Just wait till England come through. You've got 2 up front, the number 4 waiting in the circle, sends it across. Kicked away by the goalkeeper. Gives their team a breather and a chance to get some reinforcements inside their own 23. So now Scotland, although the ball's inside their own circle, just trying to drag it out, not managed on this occasion, out to the wide, looking for a way through, deflected out, and that did not cross the bar, very close indeed, but officials right there, 2 officials on the hockey pitch, can confer if needed for any relevant instances where 4 eyes might be better than 2. England come forward again, 3 players forward in front of her as well, got back up, but again just picked up and moved away by Scotland. And a reverse pass deflected out. A few more substitutions for Scotland coming on is number 16 Ava Smith, number 7 joins her on the field, that's Niamh Green. It is an absolutely relentlessly quick sport. A couple of rules that make it so there's no offside in hockey, so you can make the hole roam the entire field. The rolling subs just make it absolutely non-stop. Always got fresh legs on the field. And we have seen some incredible stuff over the first, well, this is our 9th game on pitch number 2. 18 games in total across the 4 days. I do encourage you to have a little flick through the previous matches. Just go on the where you are now, the Youth Sport Trust YouTube channel. Go to the tab that says videos and you can flick through not just the hockey but every single sport and what's happened. Great pass forward, got 2 up, 1 extra in the circle, the number 4 waiting. Can she get a shot away? 1-on-1 with the keeper, saved at first attempt. Good work by McAllister in the goal. And single-handedly preventing her team from going 1-0 down. Couple of minutes left in the first quarter. And it is a nice tight game so far with opportunities at both ends. I could believe that one for England, the best of the match so far, not taken. Plenty of time being taken up inside the D's. There's a real congregation of players in quite a small area of the pitch, just looking to make some sort of space somewhere. We have seen already a quick, the ball can be played around and space can be made using the entire width of the pitch. And England do exactly that. The onslaught of blue shirts just move from right to left. So England being pegged back inside their own 23. And this could be a goal here for Scotland. Shot on. But it's taken away. And it is a penalty corner. Scotland first of the game. 67 seconds left on the countdown timer here at pitch side. So if you're fairly new to the sport, it's a 40-second break to give time to the defending team to put on their safety equipment. 4 players plus the goalkeeper allowed to be on that goal line. Penalty corners given for any infraction inside the D or the circle that doesn't prevent a direct goal scoring opportunity. If it were, that would result in a penalty stroke. Here we go then, first penalty corner. Official not too happy. What's happening? Just pointed towards something on this near side of the pitch, but it's being replaced and retaken. So, short corner Scotland, take 2. In it comes. What can they do? Plays it back out to the left-hand side, go for a reverse sweep. And it is defended well, no clear shot taken. But a great bit of dribbling, my goodness me. And that is a shot at goal, saved. And it is a second consecutive penalty corner. Great bit of work there. Just missed the number of the shirt, but from the edge of the circle, sort of reversed and spun it around 2 players, encroached on goal, took a shot, saved initially. But clearly an infraction in there somewhere. I think you might have a better view than me from the camera position. I'm just to the right-hand side of the Scotland dugout, which is the right-hand side of the 2. Right, let's try again. Again, just a delay. I'm not entirely sure the reason, but away we go. And taken. Shot this time from the off, and it is a good few yards wide of the right-hand side. So the clock ticked down to around 30 seconds remaining in this first half. Just maybe one more chance for either team to get into the opponent's territory. But no rush from Scotland to get this back into play.
Nothing at all for 15 seconds.
They've been asked to take it right up the halfway line. And this will just run more time down, so expect the hooter in a couple of seconds to take us into the first break. Just 2 minutes for the coaches to have a chat with their teams. There we go. So 0-0 through 15 minutes, very tight. And 90 seconds or so to have a chat, talk tactics. And they'll both be fairly satisfied. No breakthrough just yet.
Oh, fine. Do you know what? I don't know all the rules. Okay,
Come on. Don't give me one short time.
Oh, well then.
Okay. What did
That's the last week. Chemistry and architecture.
How often do you need to do it? 2 or 3 times. And each time they have a difficult shot from the top of the group, or with the pressure on them in there. So let's maintain what we're doing. And let's not work. But if we can continue to get pressure on them at the side of it, both sides of it, our following press and our sliding press is working extremely. We're in the ball high up all the time. For me, we're in the ascendancy, but we must.
So why was that?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I didn't see.
That was a really good thing.
So I thought someone broke the light different, but I
Taking
just thought
them on
no.
in the first there. Keep taking them on. If you get a 1v1 goal,
Come on, girls. It'll come.
Come on, girls, good effort, keep it up.
no, I agree. There's no time. It's too slow to do anything else.
And that is that break done. Quarter two being hit off by England white, 0-0 through 15 minutes. 45 minutes left to play of this match and the tournament as a whole. This is our concluding pair of fixtures between here and pitch number one. Now the venue here at Loughborough, plenty of sporting facilities. The two hockey pitches are pretty much adjacent, just slightly down an embankment to our far left hand side. So behind the England goal is the pitch number one, which you can probably just see in the distance before those buildings when the camera's pointing in that direction. So it is very clear to hear when cheers or hooters go and whistles go down there as well. It's just completely surrounded by sport this week, wherever you are. And with 8 of the 10 sports taking part here at Loughborough, although there's no spectators, teammates from same nationalities or different, who have got friends taking part in other sports, you can walk around the venue and have a little look at what's going on. We'll be able to see the cyclists going past yesterday from our position here at the hockey. We can not too far from the cricket pitch, so I heard a little bit of that, and the laser run. So in future years, if you do get the chance to come and watch these school games, you don't need to just come and watch one sport, you can enjoy it all. And when the weather's this good, absolutely why not? So no spectators, the players and athletes in all sports really been really well looked after. Big focus on safety, not just the COVID precautions, but sort of mental health and safety and well-being has been really key this year. And that is a dangerous pass back into their own circle from England, and they put it away. But Scotland applying pressure and just maintaining that position deep in the opponent's field. And so for the first year this year, there's been an official chief medical officer here at Loughborough who put together the COVID plan. I know that you can't be here, but I can assure you, even just to get on site here on Thursday afternoon, you needed to have negative COVID test, temperature checks, etc., just before you get your hands on the accreditation to let you throughout the venue. Then every single sport's got its own tent set up for those temperature checks daily. Can't go anywhere without your pass. This is the youth equivalent of like a mini Commonwealth, European Championship or Olympic Games. It's really, really impressive. Nothing like this. Go back 10, 20 years, nothing like this whatsoever. And Scotland still applying the pressure in the England half early in the second quarter. For England, up to the challenge with the defence. So if you're on social media this week, and I know it's the last day, but any conversations involved in online, use the hashtag 2021SG. That's the official school games hashtag for the week. So Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, I've heard of that, wherever you are. Use that to join the conversation, gets more people talking about it, more people watching it. It does get bigger and bigger every year with your help. No matter what you're watching on YouTube, whether it's this stream or any other, just take half a second to hit the like button. Just increases the exposure, more people getting eyes on it. We've seen historically the names that have come through this competition. My favourite stat of the week is that 20% of the Tokyo Olympic and Paralympic British team had competed in a school games at some point in their career. And this is the next generation, both in the hockey and the 9 fellow sports taking part, looking to add their name to an incredible alumni of household names and gold medal winners.
I mean, when we get good possession, yeah, I mean when we actually control the ball and do not just,
Something they definitely want to add to their CV.
Might not get the deflection, but it's a decent ball in.
So Scotland still on the front foot, into the circle, can they get a shot away? And again, just hooked away by England. They're under a bit of pressure in quarter 2. The last 5 minutes has really been all played in the England half. Double substitutions, number 6 and 10 coming on for Scotland. That is Niamh Halliday, and the captain coming back on, Itski Hoofman. And it is unrelenting. Haven't found a breakthrough just yet. The England defence a match for the Scotland attack. But if there was a goal coming, it would be from a blue stick, unless it was on a break, a little bit like this one possibly. Now England rushing forward, only 2 shirts against 5 blue. They are outnumbered. Reinforcements arriving. Goes for the shot from distance, just inside the circle on the far side. She had no other options really. Teammates around 20 yards behind her, did arrive eventually. So numbers forward now for England, which leaves them a little bit exposed at the back. And now they regroup.
Quickly, Olivia, round.
Scotland team coach just asking for a bit more speed and urgency from his team. And one thing you can say about this competition as a whole, the entire school games, everybody enjoying themselves, everybody having a good time. Great experience for all these athletes to be a part of a national multi-sport event.
Nice, she hits you, that's it.
You won't get to experience this too often. Certainly back in my day, absolutely nothing like it. Or maybe I just wasn't selected if there was something like it, who knows. I wasn't made aware of it. All the fall, and can take advantage of that England. Another little break here into the circle. Just can't get to the end of the stick. Can she get it in there to save nicely?
Pressure.
And a second and third chance. Can't get the shot away. A second swing back of the net. There you go. And against the run of play, England do find the back of the goal. And did not expect that for the first goal, based on the opening 7.5 minutes of this second quarter. It has been all blue. Trio of substitutions. After that goal, try and get the goal scorer for you. Might have to wait till half time before I can confirm that with you. But my goodness, that is a turnout for the books based on the possession and areas of play. Did mention a couple of times that a goal on the break, we've seen it several times this week. But they're playing for third place in this tournament. Yeah, not the win they would have arrived hoping for, but effectively a podium place. And regardless of where it leaves you overall in the standings, you just want to end the week with a win. Go away on a high. And again, England under pressure can break. Lovely run by the number 4. That's really smart. Just can't keep it in. Half a yard too long for Jenny Linus to chase down. And number 5, Janovic, comes back on for Scotland in a defensive position. And, that's her on the ball now. First touch since she's come back on. And, looking for the number 7, only finds a white shirt. Crunching of sticks. Which way is that going to go? Does go free hit England. Bit of a 50-50. Oh, and again, just can't get picked up. A couple of loose passes now. Under the heat here on pitch number 2. You can see the shadows. Haven't seen many of those this week. Very overcast the first 3 days. The sun did pop out to say hello at one point on Thursday afternoon. And forward again from Scotland. Can they make their pressure pay now? To level things up. 5 minutes to go until half time. Big aerial ball into the circle. That is going to be England's ball. And again, little sneaky ball through. Can you get a shot away? No, she can't. And that is a bit of a loose stick, but she'll retain possession for her team because it's a free hit just prior to that moment. A lovely dribble round 1 or 2, lays it off to a teammate. This is the what England have been looking for. They haven't had too many periods of possession for any stretch of time. Goal came most certainly against the runner playing on the break. But it doesn't really matter. There's only one stat that matters at the end of a game. It's goal scored. It's another chance for England, and just player taken down. And the England player being told for hitting the ball away after the foul had been given. There might be a last warning before she receives a green card next time, I'd imagine. 3 cards available in hockey. There's the green card with 2 minutes in the sin bin. Yellow card is 5 minutes sit down. Although unlike other sports, 2 yellows don't necessarily make a red. Just a 5 minute rest. And if you get a red card, it's off you go. Go and get changed. Your work here is done. See you later. I've only seen 1 of those this week. That was in our game at 11 o'clock this morning. Quite rare indeed. And as you can imagine, if you've got 22 wooden sticks on a field, you very rarely see sort of tempers raised. It wouldn't be a good sight. And again, not many England shirts forward, and now a little bit of just number 5 sprinting through the middle, trying to make a couple of options at least. Takes that option too. Now, woman down the left-hand side, picked out nicely. Back into the middle, can't get it inside. So they do, in fact, but it's a little bit untidy. Penalty corner, just comes off the foot of the number 14. So maybe Scotland could have cleared that one a little bit better. Put themselves on a little bit of pressure. And with 2 minutes 22 on the countdown clock in the corner of pitch 2 here, England have a chance to make it 2. So here we go. It's the number 5 that's going to send it in. Here we go. Penalty corner. What can they do? So the second attempt, third attempt, it's a clash of sticks, another penalty corner. That one was a bit weak for my liking. Not entirely sure what they were thinking. Not sure they knew either. Nothing too clinical. They'd like to change that here on attempt at number 2. Oh, and it's even worse. It's gone straight through. Out of play. That's really untidy. You very rarely see that. Big scream from the number 16 of frustration. No clean strike on the ball. That's a nice possession held. Scotland, can they come back and show what they put on display in the first quarter? They've got 90 seconds to do so before half-time, but we'll have a 10-minute break. And 30 more minutes of action to close out the hockey side of things here at the school games. And Scotland putting pressure on England well inside their own half, not giving them any space to make a passage forward. And the whistle goes again. That'll be free hit Scotland, just inside the 23. Into the circle. There could be a shot here on target for the number 7. Just a chase to the ball. And it goes the way of White. And the clock ticks away down towards 0. Oh, your clock on screen is counting upwards, but we go by the timer here at pitch side. Counting down from 30 seconds now. Maybe one chance to get it into the circle and a shot away. If it does, it's going to be England's. Big clash of sticks. Trying to get it in there, does, but the goalkeeper's between the ball and the goal. Squeezes it through, left-hand side. It's the side of the goal. It will be a hit for Scotland. And with 10 seconds remaining, that will take us into half-time. Hooter will go in 3, 2, 1. There we go. That is half-time. 30 minutes play, 30 to come in the 2021 school games here on pitch number 2. Half-time score is England White 1, Scotland 0. Don't go too far. We'll be back in 7 or 8 minutes' time after our coaches have had a chance to have a chat with their players and see who can finish the tournament with a win here in Loughborough. Half-time score, England 1, Scotland 0. So, looks like both teams ready to get back underway. 30 more minutes of hockey here on pitch 2 to close out the hockey weekend. Of course, we've got the final of the girls down on pitch number 1 at the moment as well. But don't go anywhere, you can watch that on replay afterwards. Stick with us for the second half of Scotland versus England White. Just one goal separating them. It was from England really on the break and against the run of play. But nevertheless, it's the only stat that matters, and immediate pressure. Get a hit in from deep in England territory. So arguably you could say Scotland were the better of the two teams in the opening half. But England rode their luck at times, and when they did have an opportunity, they took it. And this could be another one really early on. Picked up nicely though, and he moved away to relative safety of her teammates. He's been dragged off the ball. What could be a foul? The coach calling for it as well. Referee giving nothing. And that's a big bundle over in the circle. So both these teams have played 2 group games already. A 1-1 loss, one each. England winning 6-2 versus England Red in their opener, then losing 3-1 to Ulster. Scotland 4-1 winners against England Blue, and then losing just the 1-0 versus Wales. Both teams keen to get back on their travels with a victory to finish the weekend. The sun continues to shine. It is a really beautiful day. It just cooled down slightly, making a really perfect atmosphere, and the entire 4 days, regardless of what the sun's doing, it's just been an absolute joy to be a part of. And on the next occasion, if you can, definitely get down wherever it might be. I'm not sure it's been announced where the 2022 games is going to be just yet, but they are held all over the UK. All 4 corners. Anywhere with multi-sport facilities is up for grabs. Been to London, Manchester, Glasgow, Bristol, Bath, Edinburgh. And I just want to take some time to say a thank you to those organisations that get this going. Most notably, you'll see on a lot of the paraphernalia, the Sport England and National Lottery, who offer funding for the event, but also the Youth Sport Trust, whose YouTube channel you're on, of course, at the moment. The sporting bodies of each nation, Sport England, Sport Wales, Sport Northern Ireland and Sport Scotland. The Department of Culture, Media and Sport. Just come back to that with England on a break. Just being pegged back, reinforcements arriving for Scotland, plenty of blue shirts coming back. But they just can't get that shot away or into the shooting area. Also Change for Life involved, Department for Education, British Paralympic Association and the British Olympic Association. They're the big organisations involved in helping organise, run and set this up. Not to mention the school games organisers at local level. There'll be one near you somewhere. And more pressing from England, being dealt with in every instance by Scotland. So if your school's part of the school games, fantastic. There's over 18,000 schools involved. And 450 school games organisers working in their local areas with local schools. So if your school's not involved in the school game setup, do some research, get in touch and get onto the yourschoolgames.com website or the youthsporttrust.org and find out your local sports games organiser. And if there's some particularly talented individuals at your school, you could be here in a few years' time. England rushing forward, great chance, oh, just can't get the shot away, wins the penalty corner. Seems to have the ball stuck to her stick as she moved from the edge of the 23 to a few yards from the goal, but just couldn't dribble it around the goalkeeper. Does win the penalty corner, so another chance then for England. Just over 5 minutes gone in quarter number 3. Success ratio for penalty corners generally around about sort of 1 in 4, maybe 1 in 3 at really elite level. Here we go. In it comes, get the shot away first. They do indeed, and it is deflected away to the left-hand side, back into the middle. Real flurry of bodies, blue and white, sticks on the ground. Can anybody grab the ball? They can't. It goes out of play for a long corner, I think, for England. Just struggling to see anything from this angle. I am situated pitch side, just to the right of the Scotland dugout, so anything happening to the far left-hand side, just I've got to see through a few bodies, such as the Scotland coaches, to find an angle. And really tight into the corner. Goes for a long pass. Wins another hit from the 23. And that website, the school games, yourschoolgames.com, really good resource, not just for future events, but this one, all the results go on there, and all the fixtures and timings, and breakdown of the sort of basic rules of each sport as well, if you're watching one for the first time or want to get involved in one. And especially the hockey, if you go onto the hockey pages, after each game, or a little while after each game, you can download the official match report, which is the team sheet, the goal scorers, the times of the goals, any cards given, etc., etc. And I mean, if you're a family member or loved one, friend, teammate, let's say scores a goal or is just on the team sheet, it's a nice little keepsake to download and keep. They are all available. They're downloadable PDFs, so you just download it and print it off. I think they're really nice. I've been using them just to keep up to date with my stats and things. Earlier in the week, it was really handy to just keep tabs, even though I do my own maths, just keep tabs on where people are in the table, who's going to be playing in which playoff games. So I can't recommend enough the Your School Games website and the School Games final. Just click on the tab and go down to results, and you'll choose your sport, and then at view results, it's all going to be there in time. If it's not there immediately, don't worry, there's just so much going on. Hard to get everything uploaded as soon as possible. So England then spending a bit more time in Scotland's half. Just things being moved away and going to get it. Big strike, stringing it up the field and create a break. Intercepted again, and just since the half-time, England looking the more likely to score, which wasn't the case in the first half. And now England pegged back in their own half, but still in possession. This is really finely balanced at 1-0. Lowest scoring game, or equal lowest scoring game we've seen. Only one other 1-0 scoreline. barrage of goals this morning in a 10-0 win for England White v Blue. Sorry, England Blue that won 10-0, in fact not England White. Then a really up and down game in our second one of the day. That was the 5th and 6th place playoff. Now England, Scotland have won a really unnecessary from England's behalf hit from the 23 here, really under no pressure whatsoever, but Scotland just causing a bit of disruption. Taken quickly then, trying to approach to where they've not been for a little while, and reverse swing, flicked over the top. Chance, not been too many of those in this quarter for either team. Been a very cagey 10 minutes.
Good news. Brilliant.
The onrush of feet. Here we go again. England now, great chance. Can they make it 2? Spear and a good save again. Scotland goalkeeper, sterling work. This could definitely be at least 2.
Deeper.
So less than 5 minutes until our third and final break. I reckon it'll just be a 2-minute. On comes number 15 for Scotland, Anna McWilliams. Free hit Scotland. What can they do before that final quarter? Chance here. Can they get a shot on target? They can. Saved. Second chance. Only a white stick pushed away. And Scotland won't let up in that search for an equaliser.
Go on again.
Just
Come on,
the
never
ball
mind
just
that.
getting away. Frustration on the number 7's face. Being encouraged to get back into it. Now, there's a lot of white shirts inside their own final third. Pass doesn't make it through to a teammate, deflected off the blue stick, so they'll have a hit in, but not well they'll particularly want it. And Scotland will keep coming, and England likewise. Any opportunity, any glimpse of space, that could be a great pass. Again, it's just a little bit too quick and too long, just shows the speed of the game. You need to grab all those extra half yards. And with your teammates, you need to be absolutely working on the same wavelength.
Okay, that's us. Leave, Ava.
Two and a half minutes then until the break.
Come on, play.
And official on the far side just judging that to have gone just over the touchline. And Scotland playing it back into their own half again, just trying to build a passage of play, choosing which channel to go down. Shows on the right hand side into the centre. This is nice now, taking it around 2, wins the free hit. Great little charge there from the number 6. But again, it's picked up from England. Things just starting to heat up here before we go into our final quarter. 2 minutes left in this one. More substitutions, fresh legs as we get to the business stage of this fight for third place. Bronze medal status is on the line. Roaring instructions from the England goalkeeper. So far, 2 captains on the field. Captain for Scotland is Itski Hoffman. And the England captain, I mean, the reason she's so vocal, Lottie Wakeham-Dawson, not just goalkeeper but also captain for the England team. Constantly encouraging, directing, supporting. And an extra pair of eyes at the back as well. She can see things maybe her teammates can't, to the left and right and behind. And number 8 goes down. That is Kira Forgy. She just hit her face on the ground as well, just holding her right cheek. I think she's okay. Certainly up and running. 30 seconds then. Scotland, big hit into the circle. Can it get picked up? It's deflected out, but it will be their hit in. It's all happening with the number 5, Jennifer Veach. 15 seconds. Just need to get this into the circle. Get some sort of shot away. It will fall to England. Just about. They can move forward. Won't have a chance to get all the way up the pitch, I don't think. Counting down from 5 now on our pitch side clock. And that will take us into the final quarter. So it's as you were at half-time. A goal is 15 minutes. And with a quarter to play, it is still England 1, Scotland 0. Who is going to take 3rd place and end their week with a win? We start to find out in just under 2 minutes' time.
Girls, please, on the pitch, please, come on. We don't have time, it's 2 minutes. Okay, girls. How are we feeling? Still feeling positive? Yeah? Really? Really? No, what's wrong?
I think we're just not watching close time.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Right, okay. This last quarter, 2 things from me are, I don't want, when we get 3 hits from now on, I don't want the midfielders running past the ball. I want you to take the 3 hit quickly, yeah? So while they're broken, if we run forward and leave it to the back 3 to take the 3 hits or whatever, then they're set. Okay, so you take, when we get 3 hits around the field there, if you run hard in one thing, just get the ball back to the ball, so that the foul is or the corner is, and then we go quickly from there. Right?
30 seconds, guys! 30 seconds!
Okay, here we go. Final 15 minutes of action here on pitch number 2 of the 2021 school games here on Sunday. It is still England 1, Scotland 0 to decide who takes 3rd place after a win each and a loss each in their groups. They find themselves in 2nd place in Group A and B, and therefore here in the 3rd, 4th place playoff. And it has been a really, really tight game. You could argue very convincingly that the scoreline could be level or possibly even 1 in favour of Scotland. But regardless of what we think should be the score, it is England's advantage. And they will look to hold on to that or ideally stretch that if they can. Scotland will feel they're worth a lot more. And they've got 15 minutes or so to prove that. At the same time, just in case you're joining us, the final of the girls' hockey tournament is taking place on pitch 1 at the moment. Doesn't mean you have to go and watch it, because everything that is live is also available afterwards, so you can watch it after the conclusion of this match. And 18 hockey games in total across the 4 days, all waiting for you to enjoy if you want to go back and relive any of those or watch them for the first time. My colleague Ian Findlay is down on pitch number 1 talking you through those games this week. My name's Ewan. I've been an absolute pleasure to bring you the hockey on pitch 2. Also been watching a few of the highlights of different sports in the evening. Watched some triathlon last night. And what I've not caught up with yet is the laser run. And BMX, I keep being told great things about BMX. I need to watch that, so I might have a flick through the Youth Sport Trust YouTube channel on the videos tab and find that later. England moving forward into the circle. Can they get a pass into the centre? They can't. They do win a long corner. Now there's no spectators here this week. It is really nice to see anybody with accreditation or a pass around their neck can sort of venture anywhere around the venue, and teammates or countrymen and women who have completed their tournaments can have a little walk around as well. So we do have around about 40-50 spectators at this game who are allowed to be here. Just adds to the atmosphere. There was one already, but just a little bit of extra cheering noise when to appreciate passages of play, and especially the goals. Patriotic support, it's all welcome. You can even probably hear the noise level increasing. A really nice way to end the week. It'd be even nicer for Scotland if they could get on the score sheet in this game. And believe you me, that clock will tick down quickly. So now your clock is climbing in the corner, but pitch side, at the start of each quarter it counts down for 15 minutes instead. So officially on the clock now we've got 11 minutes 35 counting down. The only time the clock will stop is for a penalty corner. You get 40 seconds to get their protective gear on, hence why at the end of a game it might show to sort of run into 63-64 minutes, but it is a 1 hour game, absolutely spot on. When the hooter goes, that is it. The 4 15-minute quarters. The referee can also stop the game if there's an injury or if they need to speak to one of the captains. It is a pretty rare occasion, but they do have that authority. If you ever see them with their hands in the air and a cross motion, oh, big tackle, crunch to the ground. I think that was the same goal that hit the ground earlier in quarter number 3. And she's going to come off with a bit of a sub as well. Doesn't look too happy. Holding her left ribs. So Scotland need to apply the pressure if they're going to get anything from this game. And right through the middle, that really hit the shin of the number 18. That'll be a free hit. Scotland just outside the 23. Sensing a little bit of urgency now for the Scots. As a hit from the 23, long corner. Spreading it out wide. Oh my goodness me, a big hit into the back of her teammate, and she is holding her back. I mean, these balls are hard. You do not want to be hit by one of those. My colleague Sean on the gantry actually experienced a ball in his back during the warm-up. He was just eating his pasta and all of a sudden, bump, onto his back. Thankfully not too hard, but you do not want to get in the way. That is going to come out just in front of our commentary position and out of play. Less than 10 minutes now. And that play that came off, hit the ground, is getting an ice pack on the back of her neck. She really is looking a little bit uncomfortable in the Scottish dugout. So, well, hopefully she's going to be absolutely fine. Just a short-term knock. And, Scotland now really chasing every ball down, which I think maybe they didn't do as much in the earlier stages of this game. Long pass through into the circle, just going wide of her teammates and behind the goal, out of play. no ball boys or ball girls here this week. So anytime a ball does go out of play, even if it's far into a corner, just one of the defending or opposing players just have to run and get it. It can sort of burn 10 or 15 seconds, which if you're the leading team is absolutely fine, but a bit of a frustration if you're on the losing side as it stands. Oh, that's nice. Around 2 or 3 players there on the far side for England, and a pass to create space through the middle. Got teammates running down the left-hand channel now, creating options. Can they stop this one from going out of play? Just about. No, she can't. That's unfortunate. That was nice from one end to the other fairly swiftly. Scotland again. Just that pressure might start telling soon. Don't want to make any mistakes at this stage. 7.5 minutes to play. 1 goal down. Want to retain as much possession as possible, but also in the knowing that as England did in the second quarter, no matter how much possession you've got or the area where that possession is being held, 30 seconds, you can go to the other end and be 1-0 down. They won't be too uncomfortable if they've got the ball in their own half at periods of time, because hockey is that type of game with the no offside rule and the ball being so quick. I did hear a stat when I was doing some research last week that hockey is the fastest ball sport around. The hockey stick travels even faster than a golf club at professional level. And back into the circle. Here's a chance now. Can they get a swing on this? They can't. Going to get a second opportunity. Penalty corner, Scotland. And that's a chance. That's what they were looking for. Cheers from the Scotland bench. 6:39 is paused on the clock in our corner. This is a big moment in the game. In 6.5 minutes is plenty of time. One of our matches earlier we saw 3 goals scored in less than 5 minutes. So, I mean, everything to play for. But this would be a deserved goal based on the balance of play. Scotland, short corner. Here we go. This far side of the pitch, the swing comes in, save, second chance, in the back of the net, it is a goal! At the third opportunity, really interesting short corner, played it to the near side of the circle, not as you want to see 9 times out of 10, right to the centre of the widest part of the circle, and it worked. It really caught England off guard. The first shot was saved nicely, and it was the second or third swipe, just a yard from the goal line. It just dribbled over the line into the back of the goal, and it is 1 apiece with just over 6 minutes to play, and England looking to reply with pace. That'll just trickle wide. Wow, game on. And great way to bring the week, especially here on pitch number 2, to a close. Going to go right down to the wire. Bronze medal, the reward for winning this game. And England facing their own goal with 3 blue shirts. That is lovely. That's a really classy bit of play there for the England defender. And the Scotland bench got audible levels have increased significantly since that goal. Really strong belief now on their sidelines. And really true reflection of the game, that 1-1 scoreline. If you've just joined us, England went ahead in the second quarter against the stats, but then seemed to earn that in quarter 3. A big trip there, nothing given. couple of England defenders questioning that decision to allow play on. But Scotland on a whole, completely equal to England's play. And here we have it with 4.5 minutes to play, and who knows who's going to get that bronze medal. And both teams chasing down every single ball now. Every single pass, every single layoff, every shot, every movement becomes a little bit more important as the seconds tick away. Scotland being pressed inside their own 23. What can either team do? What little bit of magic are we going to see that's going to win this game? Will it go to penalties? Another chance down the left-hand channel for Scotland. Lots of blue and white shirts deep in England territory. Just are coming together on a free hit. Oh, a penalty corner! Wow! The way of Scotland, they've just converted one. Couldn't tell you exactly what that was for. It was I was concentrating right on the two players, or two blue shirts and one white, well outside the circle, but penalty corner called, and the referee just having a chat with the England number 7 Lily Soki. So once again, the England girls pad themselves up. Now, what type of penalty corner are we going to see now? Will they pull something else out the bag? Here we go. 3 minutes on the clock. And that one not so successful. So England hit from the 16, and just those loose passes that give possession away in an area that's you never want to give it away, but especially not in your own half. Great little run from Scotland, picked up and pulled away by England, again into the circle, and this is getting a bit uncomfortable for England. Scotland will be absolutely delighted, but here's a run, can't quite keep it in. Down to just over 2 minutes. Now, I've been reliably informed that this will go to penalties if it's a draw at full time. So that's what I'm going to tell you. And here we come. Again, Alwas playing right down on the baseline. Clash of sticks, but just can't get through the England number 8, and again Scotland come back, but they're going too strong. Now, how urgent will England be to get this ball in, because they are on the back foot. You might be able to see on the clock there, 1 minute 40, counting down. Late substitutions for England, number 14 coming on. There's Esme Hills. So really penned into their own half, England. Scotland, if there was going to be a goal scorer, looking the more likely. But hit in with the aerial ball. Again, doesn't find a white shirt upfield. Scotland can come again. So many white shirts surrounded. Does find it through the way through to the Scotland. And can they get it in? It's under the goalkeeper. And it's held away. And it is going to be an England hit. Scotland coaches and bystanders looking for something, expecting a penalty corner or a long corner, something, but to get nothing. And 40 seconds now on the clock. Surely can England break down here? No, blue shirts in the way. Just for a long pass down the line. And this is critical now. 25 seconds, counting down. Stick lost. One more chance into the circle, possibly. And 10 seconds. One last hit forward. Intercepted. That'll probably be it. Maybe 3 seconds on the clock. Can she get it into a teammate? No, she can't. And it does end one apiece after 60 minutes.
Shootout.
And that, of course, does mean we go to a shootout. Just getting confirmation from the pitchside officials. It is a 5 apiece shootout.
Couldn't be a tournament without a shootout, Barry.
Yeah. I like it.
And the action goes right down to the final game, the final minutes. And we are not done yet.
Come over here with wires.
So the goalkeeper's getting ready. One of them is going to be a hero. The number 1 for Scotland, Cara McAllister, will be in goal for the Scots. Getting her kit on. Wow, what a way to end the bronze medal match. First penalty shootout we've had on pitch number 2. And just deciding who's going to be taking these. Yeah, they already knew what order they were taking in. The players just putting their hands up so they remember what order they are. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And of course more if necessary. Just see through the Scotland shirts through to the England side of the pitch. Also, England goalkeeper Lottie Wakeham-Dawson and captain. Wow, so I was going to end with a big thank you to the different organisations involved. Once again, just to close out the weekend, I'll mention those now. We do, of course, have National Lottery funded event with Sport England being held here at Loughborough. Thank you to the venue for putting on such a show. Of course, it's not over yet. I'm just regarding the hockey here more than anything. Once this is concluded, there's still other live events going on. Have a little look around the YouTube channel. The timing clocks just being moved around. Because the players do have a little amount of time to make their way and take their shots. But there's others involved: the Youth Sport Trust, Sport England, Sport Wales, Sport Northern Ireland, Sport Scotland, Department of Culture, Media and Sport, Change for Life, Department for Education, British Paralympic Association and the British Olympic Association. We extend our gratitude to them. And on behalf of the 1,300 athletes taking part in the school games, they get to enjoy it, we get to enjoy watching it, but you guys make it happen. As do the coaches, the sports games organisers, 450 of those working locally to get their local schools and regions ready and up to date on information, qualification and matches. It's a huge undertaking for all involved, and we get to witness the British athletes of the future at the start of their careers. Many of these will go on to become household names, and you saw them here first. England v Scotland in a penalty shootout. Who writes the script? Now, I'm just going to make a little note in my book because I don't have access to the screen, so I'm going to make a little England Scotland mark. So I can just my maths isn't that bad, but just so I can keep up to date with a little check box. So moments away from the penalty shootout, and both goalkeepers ready. Cara McAllister for Scotland, Lottie Wakeham-Dawson for England white. Both teams and those not taking part in the shootout will England on the far side, arm in arm. The 5 penalty takers just in front of them. They are waiting. Scotland opposite them on this side of the pitch, all stood together. They'll need to be just over the halfway line officially, just making their way there now. Give as much space as possible. And behind us and to our left-hand side and through the fencing at the opposite end of the pitch, just a few more spectators starting to build, and they anticipate or have heard what's going on here on pitch 2. Hear the clattering of the top of the goal being whacked by the goalkeepers to get themselves mentally prepared. It's a long old wait. So they're already stood in that goal and have to wait a little bit longer. I think the official's just noting down the official order of the penalty takers. And just behind me as well, more people on the embankment. This little natural amphitheatre around pitch 2 on the grass banks are going to enjoy this one. And we are very, very close now. They're going to be 5 apiece to decide who wins the bronze medal here at the 2021 School Games Hockey Tournament. So these teams now played 3 games each, 1-1 lost, 1 drawn, 1. And I think we are ready. Scotland will go first. Lottie Wakeham-Dawson in the goal, making herself look as big as possible. Here we go. Up she comes into the circle. Take it round. No, she can't. Here's a save from England. And that is 0 for 1 from Scotland. So, not necessarily advantage England, but does give them a great chance to take a 1-0 lead through 1 penalty apiece. Here she comes, the number 13. Can she take it round? All against the goalkeeper, spins it round and misses. That is also a save. This time from Cara McAllister, from Amy Cradden. 0-0 through 1. Coming in next for Scotland, number 15, Anna McWilliams. Against Wakeham-Dawson. What can she do? Can she get the first penalty on the target? She can indeed! It's fantastic, legs tangled up inside the goalkeeper. And that is 1 for Scotland. Chance for England. It's the number 17 for England, Izzy Shelley. What can she do? Can she level things up? Great penalty! And into the back of the net. There's 1 apiece through 2. And both goalkeepers involved for both teams. So Emma O'Neill and Victoria Heath into this. Here we go. Scotland again. Round the keeper. Lovely, lovely stuff. And that is 2-1 for Scotland. As number 16, Ava Smith. Here come England. Number 5. Trying to level things up at 2 apiece through 3. What can she do? Saved by Scotland. Beth Day-Biggin can't get it past Cara McAllister. 2 penalties to 1. 3 taken. Up now for Scotland, the captain, Itzky Hoofman. She comes, Charging into the circle. What can she do? Can take it round. Misses to the side. Here's Victoria Heath. Makes herself too big. Oh my goodness. This is going to be effectively, if this goes in, sudden death. But number 18 for England, Lucy Day. Can she level things up? Surely she can. No, she's missed it from the right-hand side. Oh, opportunity for England, and goes the way of Scotland. So if Scotland score, they will be the bronze medalists. And being handed that opportunity for Scotland, she stood on the 23. It is Jennifer Veitch. If this goes in the back of the goal, Scotland have come behind and done it into the circle. It's against the stick of the goalkeeper, flicks over the top into the back of the net. She's done it! Scotland are your bronze medalists. Great from Veitch. Lovely penalty to win, and they embrace in their own half, Scotland. Celebrations. They've done it. Come from behind in 60 minutes and won the penalty shootout 3-1. Consolation for the England players, consoling each other and the goalkeepers. Both sets of goalkeepers saving a total of 5 penalties in all. No shame whatsoever, but it was Veitch that put the ball away. The initial clash of sticks with the goalkeeper, pulled it back a yard or two and just dinked it over the top, calm as you like. Bang, bronze medalists. So a final huge thank you again to everybody involved in the school games. Does not organise itself. So the organisations we've mentioned several times, the coaches, the staff, the volunteers, Loughborough University, the Youth Sport Trust, Sport England, the National Lottery, Change for Life, Department of Culture, Media and Sport, and the British Olympic and Paralympic Associations. We thank you. And this is what it's all about. Youth sport at elite level. Performing when it matters most. To everybody that's taken part, congratulations. Medal winners and not. You've created a spectacle for the rest of us to enjoy. My name's been Ewan Dunlop. I've been bringing you the action on hockey pitch number 2 throughout the week. There's plenty more sport going on, so you don't need to go anywhere just yet. On the Youth Sport Trust YouTube channel, you can go at any time and watch back any piece of action. Do go and enjoy. We have certainly enjoyed having you. I've enjoyed talking you through some absolutely wonderful hockey sport action this week. But for me, from the pitch 2 here at Loughborough, thank you. Your bronze medalists are Scotland. Goodbye.